we're good. Hello, everyone. I think we can get started. Welcome, everyone who is here with us in person, and to those who are joining remotely. My name is Holly Johnson, and I am the Associate Director of Global Freedom of Expression at Columbia University. It is our great honor to be able to co-host the book launch for Disinformation, Misinformation, and Democracy, Legal Approaches in Comparative Context, published by Cambridge University Press. Our generous co-sponsors are Columbia Law School, University of Alabama School of Law, and the University of Minnesota Law School. Back in March of 2023, when the book was still under development, Global Freedom of Expression hosted a workshop for 6 of the contributing authors to present their working drafts on the chapters. And at that time, Global Freedom of Expression was cooperating with UNESCO to add case law on disinformation to our global case law database. So it was a great opportunity for us to connect with a group of legal scholars working on that particular issue. And that collaboration has led to the further enrichment of the Global Freedom of Expression case law database, and I expect we will discover even more interesting case law in the final published volume. So the timing of this book could not be more critical, since nearly half the world's population have voted or are preparing to do so in what is being called a super election year. As if on cue for this event, you have all surely seen the news last week that federal prosecutors took a range of actions, including indicting 2 employees of a U.S. media company for disseminating Russian propaganda in an effort to undermine the upcoming U.S. election, and engaging in activities that aim to deteriorate public trust in our institutions. Pursuant to that, the US, Canada, and the UK imposed sanctions on the Russian media outlet Russia Today for colluding with Russian intelligence agencies to conduct covert disinformation campaigns around the world. This was not necessarily surprising, as similar allegations had been made previously, but what was somewhat new are that the actions were taken were not only to expose the operations from the highest levels of government, but also to encourage allies to join forces publicly to counter such activities, just as they do other foreign intelligence activities on their soil. This is a bit reminiscent of actions taken back in 2022 by the European Union in response to war propaganda related to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And that subject is covered by Andras Skolte in one of the book's co-editors in his chapter. The book takes a global perspective on the problem of disinformation, with 17 contributing legal scholars representing 9 countries, plus regional perspectives from the European Union and the European Court of Human Rights. The focus is squarely on how disinformation is undermining democratic governance, and it speaks to how nations with a shared constitutional commitment to democratic self-government can reinforce the democratic political process. That democratic process relies on freedom of speech to facilitate the creation of public opinion. In the current context, however, while falsehoods flood the public sphere and we navigate the world of alternative facts, speech protections need to be balanced with reining in destabilizing falsehoods. One key impact of the new technologies is the loss of what Robert Post in his chapter refers to as epistemological authority. In many parts of the world, including the US, citizens have lost trust in institutions and the news media and professional expertise or experts. And without trust in a common form of authority to seek truth, the public cannot discern fact from fiction. As one of our panelists, Andy Tucker, has written, so much of the debate today is about what truth looks like and who gets to define it. The authors consider approaches to these problems from different legal systems, regional organizations, journalism, non-governmental organizations, and civil society to offer a comparison on what works or could work in varying contexts. Editor Ron Kotazinski in the introduction observes, it is undeniable that disinformation and misinformation impose serious social costs on a mass scale around the world, and do so with great regularity. The question is not whether a problem exists. Instead, the relevant question to be asked and answered is, what, if anything, is to be done about it? To start to answer that question, we have 3 panels today, which roughly follow the structure of the book. And we're very lucky to have 3 of the book's co-editors with us, along with 2 authors of chapters who are joined with experts working on disinformation from different disciplines. The first panel will define the problem, looking at it from a historical perspective, acknowledging that the problem of disinformation is not new, yet recognizing there are aspects of the scope and scale of it today that are creating profound threats to democracy. Ron Kodazinski, drawing from his chapter, will discuss how the problem is manifesting today, impacting elections and the challenges to regulating it. Andy Tucker will share insights from her book, Not Exactly Lying: Fake News and Fake Journalism in American History, where she considers what happens to democracy when fake journalism looks more and more like truth and fake truth like journalism. She further observes that the stories about truth are never only about truth, but about power, about control, about desire, and values. For a comparative perspective, Andras Kolte will explain how the EU defines concepts of mis- and disinformation and will map some of the responses. The second panel will provide a comparison of national and regional strategies from Europe, Korea, and Brazil. Aaron Park will explore how regulations of false information have evolved in South Korea. Bernard Torek will consider the relevant case law and emerging legal principles of the European Court of Human Rights. And Arthur Pericles will share experiences from Brazil, which offers many interesting approaches to the problem of fake news, not only from a regulatory perspective, but also from the judiciary. The third panel will consider bottom-up approaches. Charlotte Garden, one of the book's co-editors, will present strategies employed by labor unions to support better access to information through voter education and media literacy programs. Anya Schifrin has authored 2 important reports on disinformation, one offering a taxonomy of demand-side and supply-side solutions, and another looking at AI startups, which use natural language processing as well as human intelligence to identify, in some cases, block false or inflammatory content online. Katie Fallow will discuss strategic litigation as one remedy based on her experience as senior counsel at the Knight First Amendment Institute. Finally, we are deeply grateful to our expert moderators, whose invaluable contributions will ensure these conversations remain engaging, insightful, and productive. I'd also like to acknowledge that today's event is being live streamed, and a special thank you goes out to Jolie McPhee of the Internet Society New York chapter for making that possible. We're excited to connect with a broader audience and include their voices in our discussion. So now let me introduce the moderator of the first panel on framing the problem. David Posen is the Charles Keller Beekman Professor of Law at Columbia Law School. David teaches and writes about constitutional law, information law, and nonprofit law, among other topics. He has also edited 2 volumes for Columbia University Press, one on transparency in 2018 and one on free speech in 2020. He has also been a semi-regular contributor to the Balkanization and Lawfare blogs. In 2019, the American Law Institute named David the recipient of its Early Career Scholars Medal, which is awarded every other year to outstanding early career law professors whose work is relevant to public policy and has the potential to influence improvements in the law. Notably, he was also a visiting scholar at the Knight First Amendment Institute at Columbia. I hand the floor to David.
For that great introduction. And it's an honor to be moderating this distinguished panel. I'm going to give very brief introductions. For more about our panelists, you can refer to the program, and then turn it over to them to give opening remarks. Then I'll pose a few questions to get us going and open up to you, the room, to continue the conversation. So to my immediate left, we have Professor Andy Tucker, who is the H. Gordon Garbedian Professor at Columbia Journalism School, and as you heard from Holly, author of the prize-winning Not Exactly Lying: Fake News and Fake Journalism in American History. To her left, we have Professor Andras Kolte, who is the research professor at the University of Public Service in Budapest and professor of law at the Pázmány Péter Catholic University in Budapest, and along with Professor Kodazinski, a co-editor, and Professor Garden, co-editor of Disinformation, Misinformation, and Democracy. And finally, we have Professor Kodazinski himself, who is the John S. Stone Chair at the University of Alabama School of Law. It's an amazing group who've collectively produced some of the leading works on this topic, and I'll turn it over to you, Professor Tucker, to get us going.
that on? Okay. Hi. Thank you for all for coming. I'm delighted to be here to talk about fake news. Well, not delighted to talk about fake news, but delighted to talk to you. We all know that scholars make a distinction between disinformation, which is intentionally false, right, and misinformation, which is unintentionally false and distributed in good faith. But when you look at the first 200 years of American journalism, from the first American newspaper in 1690 up until near the end of the 19th century, the dominant modes then are what you might call semi-information and uninformation. When newspapers were a dog's breakfast, there was some current intelligence, but also fiction, poetry, hoaxes, tall tales, errors, partisan spin, news posted under the frequent headline, important if true. The subtext there, of course, is, well, if it isn't, no, never mind. No one expected that everything they read in a news publication was true. And it's worth taking a look at how those modes evolved, how they came under challenge, and by whom, which might tell us something about the current emergency, when readers tend to assume that anything they read in a news publication is fake. So the place to focus is the late 19th, early 20th centuries, the social, cultural, and political turn away from romanticism toward realism, scientific method, objectivity, professionalism, in a number of intellectual arenas like law, medicine, historiography, librarianship, and yes, journalism. The turn toward professionalism in this era is a huge topic. So for obvious reasons today, I'm going to focus on the varying responses to the introduction of three new communications technologies of that era: photography, moving pictures, and radio. And like most new communications technologies that have come along, they were grist for both idealistic experimenters and insidious exploiters. The relation of photography to journalism unfolded slowly. It wasn't technologically or economically feasible until about 1880 to print photographs in a daily newspaper. And photo illustrations took a while after that to catch on. But you could go to a photography studio and have your portrait done with what people assumed was breathtaking realism, a new way of carving a slice of life out of the world and preserving it. Or not. In the 1860s, a photographer named William Mumler began selling what he called spirit photographs. He would seat you in a chair, and he'd take your likeness in the ordinary way and go back in the shop and to develop it in the darkroom. And when he came back out, you would see yourself sitting in the chair, but you'd also see a thin, ghostly image of another person hovering over your shoulder, an image that Mumler told you, and you probably really wanted to believe was your dead mother, your dead husband, your dead brother. He didn't even know how it happened, he said. Somehow the spirits could reflect their own light. And not everyone's taken in, and his fellow photographers denounced him as a fraud, but many people wanted to believe. And toward the end of the 19th century, photographers were becoming more and more flexible about photographic reality. They retouched and reworked their supposedly realistic images with darkroom techniques, proto-Photoshop. And the word that many photographers used to describe their efforts was faking. They used that word, and they used it favorably. People love it when we fake. People pay for the pictures they want. We should just give them what they want. We'll fake whatever. And at the same time, it was a word they got from the journalists. Journalists were also talking about, openly and cheerfully, talking about faking, embellishing a story, adding colorful details that would make people more interested, make it more agreeable. But so this is happening in the late 19th century in photography and in print journalism, but they both get caught up in the shift toward realism and objectivity of the late 19th, early 20th centuries. With many newspaper journalists are growing increasingly tired of and embarrassed by uninformative, semi-informative journalism. They're working to establish conventions, standards, ethical codes that demonstrated they were fact-centered, verified professionals dedicated to the public good. They considered the journalism they did to be professional, including the emerging field of what would come to be known as photojournalism. That was real journalism. They did not hesitate to point to examples that did not uphold ethics and standards and denounce them as fake. They certified their own status. The responsible journalists and photojournalists certified their own status by differentiating themselves from the ones who faked, by policing their new profession. So that's one pattern of response you see to a new technology, peer review. Some practitioners claim the right and they assume the obligation to oversee their own profession, to establish ethics and standards, to publicly criticize other practitioners who transgress. It's a very different experience with motion pictures. Also coming along in the late 1890s, viewers began flocking to theaters to watch pictures that magically moved. Some of them were what were called actualities. You've probably seen them, a train coming into a station, people leaving a factory, farmer milking a cow. But there's also lots of experimentation and trick photography and jolly fooling around. Look at the cool stuff we can do. We can show you a guy taking his head off and putting it on the table and singing along with the head. Isn't that fun? But there's also stuff with a lot more ambiguous relation to truth, like the first combat films. Thomas Edison's films bring the viewer right to the battlefields of Cuba, where Cuban troops are rebelling against the Spanish occupiers in the Spanish-American War. And the films had titles like Cuban Ambush or Shooting Captured Insurgents, and were described by the filmmakers as shot on location in Cuba. And a few of them were, but motion picture cameras of the day were enormous, and they were huge and clumsy and difficult to carry around, and they worked only in the daylight and fair weather. And it was plain dangerous for camera operators to try to go on a battlefield with these big, enormous machines and follow around the action without getting their own heads blown off. So the rousing scenes of combat that people were flocking to the theaters to see, the flags waving, the guns firing, the horses charging, those were actually fake battles staged in the hills outside West Orange, New Jersey, right across the river, featuring New Jersey National Guard troops dressed up as insurgents. So with moving pictures, entertainment and reality grow up together. The lines are very blurry between what's supposed to be real and what isn't. And even though some of the films about the Spanish-American War could have been qualified as documentary films, they were not seen as part of the information system known as journalism. And there wasn't much pressure from anybody to clarify the boundaries, to stake out a professional ethic, that differentiated the real from the fake in the ways that the newspaper and photojournalists were doing around the same time. So that's another pattern of response to a new technology. Let the marketplace handle it. People will see what they want to see. Producers will produce what they want to produce. If people are willing to pay money for entertaining fakes, that's just fine. That's what capitalism is all about. The third of the new technologies was radio, which followed yet a different path. Around the beginning of the 20th century, radio is still known as the wireless, and the airwaves are completely unregulated. It's Wild West territory. Military and corporate interests are jockeying for control. And a new breed of amateurs and tinkerers known as hams were there too. Most of them are young men who take pride in building their radio set in the garage, and they use it to create all sorts of chaos and mischief in the airwaves. They interfere with military transmissions. They use fake identities to send fake naval orders. They blast out false distress signals. Young men darting into the ether, pulling elaborate pranks, melting away again to snicker with their comrades over their feet. Does this sound familiar? But the last straw comes in April of 1912 when somebody broadcasts a message telling the waiting world that everyone on the great passenger ship Titanic was safe and coming home. That's, of course, not true. 1,500 people died when it sank in the North Atlantic. And it's not clear who did it or whether it was an error or a mistake or malice, but public fury demanded that something should be done. And the whole thing led to Congress's first comprehensive attempt to regulate the airwaves. The new Radio Act of 1912 required all radio operators to have a license and included stiff fines for anyone who sent false or fraudulent signal, call, or other radiogram of any kind. In other words, America's very first attempt to regulate the weird, messy, invisible realm called the ether included a provision specifically giving the government the right to at least try to outlaw fake news. Though as radio flourished, it presented the government with more and more challenges, like what to do about the radio preacher named Fighting Bob Schuler, who in the 20s and 30s was telling his huge audiences things like the last 3 presidents who were assassinated, that was done by the Catholic Church. So each of these 3 new technologies generated responses that were new. In photography, practitioners essentially invented the profession of photojournalism by claiming the right to set the standards of truth and accuracy, to police those of their colleagues who transgressed, and to essentially use professionalism to stamp out faking. Moving pictures, even though they theoretically had the capacity to document the world even more realistically than still photography could, nonetheless aligned themselves with the world of entertainment and committed their fortunes to the marketplace. And the ethereal world of radio seemed to hold so much power that it cried out for regulation, even though it was hard to agree on what should be regulated, by whom, and how. So what do we do now about disinformation, misinformation, and yes, the lingering semi-information and uninformation coming from the newest and most powerful communications technology yet? Well, historians don't have to solve problems, they just describe them. So I'm going to leave that up to you. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Professor Tucker, for the great framing remarks. Professor Colte.
Thank you. Yeah. So, hello everyone. Holly used past tense in her opening remarks about our book having been published by Cambridge University Press. In fact, that's not fully true. You are actually participating in a very special event. This is a book launch conference without a book actually published. And the reason for that setback is that the publisher suffered a major cyber attack back in June. So that caused some delay, but it's on its way. And you see it already has a cover, already has chapters, and I hope, we all hope with my co-editors that it will come out sometime in the fall. But it was a great pleasure to working on the book with Ron and Charlotte and also the contributors. So, and thanks for Holly and Columbia University for hosting us. I'd just like to talk very briefly about the European Union's initiatives on the regulation of disinformation, because I think it is something that is interesting from an American perspective. Obviously, the approach by the EU or European countries generally are completely different than the one you have here in the US under First Amendment jurisprudence. The first legal tool I'd like to mention is the Code of Practice on Disinformation, which was originally adopted back in 2016. In 2022, a new version, which is titled the Strengthened Code of Practice on Disinformation, was adopted. This is a... Oh, all right. All right. Is it better now? Or is it different now? Okay. Yeah. So this code is supposed to be a self-regulatory instrument. Formally, it is all the major technological companies, Americans included, signed up for this code, which includes in its newer version 44 commitments and 128 concrete measures in several areas like demonetization of disinformation, transparency of political advertising, ensuring the integrity of online content services, protection of the integrity of these services like social media, video sharing platforms, so on and so forth, empowering users through several media literacy initiatives, and many others. Actually, even if it looks like a self-regulatory instrument, it's more like a co-regulatory regime. The European Union actually promised to enforce, the European Commission promised to enforce this code, and those companies who just want to leave the code are threatened by the using of other more concrete legal instrument. For example, when Twitter was taken over by Elon Musk immediately left the code, and the vice president of the European Commission threatened him with some legal consequences. Now, a procedure is going on, so we don't know whether this threat will be actually a serious one or not. The second instrument I'd like to mention is the so-called Digital Services Act. It's not an act, it's a regulation, but the title says it's an act, but the European Union is not allowed to adopt any acts. They just like to use the words for whatever reason. Because this was adopted in 2022, and it became fully applicable this year, February 2024. It does not regulate directly disinformation, so it does not introduce new speech bans. There are some countries in Europe which actually did that. Lastly, the United Kingdom, in the recent Online Safety Act, introduced a new speech ban on the publication of false information. But the DSA, the Digital Services Act, does not do that. So it regulates the disinformation problem more indirectly. It has a so-called notice and takedown procedure in place, which means that all the platforms are required to take down users' content if they are notified that something that is illegal just had been published in their services. Illegality meaning illegal in any of the countries, the member states of the European Union. So if a Hungarian user wants to notify Facebook or Instagram or TikTok, and obviously the platform needs to observe the Hungarian legal system, and it's the case with all the other 27 EU member states. But it's only applicable to illegal content, and most disinformation is not formally illegal. The other important feature of the DSA regulation is that it leaves open the possibility to introduce private speech regulation. All the major platforms actually does that through their terms of services or private speech codes, and they exercise their right to police speech without any legal guarantees and outside of the legal system day by day. And if they want to, they can step up against disinformation as well, but they are not required to do that. And the fourth feature of the DSA regulation is its newly introduced risk mitigation and risk management rules, which is, in my opinion, is the secret weapon of the European Commission. All the major platforms need to assess whether their activities are risky or not. They have to assess all the rising risk which are related to their activities on minors, on public health, on electoral processes, on civil discourse, on fundamental rights, so on and so forth. And if they find something that needs to be managed, then the European Commission would be happy to oversee this risk mitigation process. It happened first this spring when we had the European elections, European parliamentary elections in the spring, and the European Commission, before the election period, before the campaign period, published guidelines, which is a soft law instrument. The full title was Guidelines for Providers of Very Large Online Platforms on the Mitigation of Systemic Risks for Electoral Processes. And this is a 15 pages long document, not legally enforceable. It's a soft law instrument, but the wording refers to duties in inverted commas, so similar to legal obligations. And we are waiting for the assessment from the European Commission to see whether they found the platforms to be in line with the guidelines or not, and whether they want to apply some sanctions against the platforms or not. And just one more thing, a completely different issue is the banning of the Russian broadcasters back in spring 2022. Oli already referred to that as well. I say it's a completely different matter because it is fully outside of the media regulatory system or the platform regulatory system of the European Union. The European Council, the European Commission jointly decided that Russian broadcasters need to be banned, not only traditional broadcasting, but also their online equivalents. But no media regulatory instrument is visible behind this decision. It was obviously in the context of the Russian-Ukrainian war. But it's still remarkable and interesting because this was the first time a media broadcaster was banned after the fall of the Iron Curtain back in 1990. So that's the brief introduction to EU law on disinformation. In my chapter, I raised some critical points. I think the approach of the EU should be and can be criticized, not only from a First Amendment perspective, but also from a European free speech perspective. And if we have some time for this discussion, I would be happy to raise some critical remarks. Thank you very much.
Did you open it?
Yeah, I got it on.
Oh, okay.
All right, I guess I'm batting cleanup. And I think we've had a great sort of opening frame. Andy's comments show us that the problems associated with disinformation and misinformation are not new ones, right? Think about William Randolph Hearst as an exemplar of journalistic ethics and standards. Remember the Maine, right? Havana Harbor. So, and if you go back to the early years of the Republic, when the Federalists and the Democratic Republicans, led by John Adams and Thomas Jefferson, were battling each other with fervor and vigor, all sorts of disinformation and misinformation circulated freely. Hell, go back to the Roman Republic. Julius Caesar actively used disinformation in fighting for supremacy against Pompey the Great, and Pompey the Great answered in kind. So this problem that we face of efforts to manipulate the citizenry, to propagandize them, are not new. The difference, as Robert Post's chapter points out, I think pretty persuasively, is that the ability to disseminate on a vast scale costlessly disinformation and misinformation has been greatly, exponentially increased with things like social media platforms like X/Twitter and Facebook. And I'm a child of the 80s. I remember Soviet propaganda. There was a fellow named Vladimir Posner Jr. I was just checking, he's still with us, he's 90. And he hung out with Phil Donahue and was an apologist for the Soviets government. And I remember, you know, as a high school student and a college student, learning about Leon Trotsky. Trotsky who, Trotsky what, right? Pictures would literally be manipulated by erasing him from the historical record. And so I always sort of looked at the Soviet Union in the 80s, and I guess today too to some extent, as a government that used the media aggressively to try to sort of spoon feed its populace about what to think and indeed even how to think. I mean, one could lean in on George Orwell's 1984. And American First Amendment scholars of the press, and I guess I'll start by mentioning David Anderson, his Origins of the Press Clause article in 1983, makes it very clear that our framers, Madison and friends, believed that the press, the Fourth Estate, had an absolutely critical role to play in operationalizing a process of democratic self-government. The press would provide news and information that was essential to voters in rendering prudent and wise electoral judgments on election day. These thoughts are echoed in the writings of Dewey, Thomas Jefferson, and perhaps most famously Alexander Meiklejohn in Free Speech and Its Relation to Self-Government in 1948. Where do we stand now? I mean, how does the U.S. press look relative to, say, the Soviet press of the 80s? It's rather depressing. And in fact, Ronell Anderson-Jones at Utah and Sonia West at Georgia have done a really wonderful empirical study looking at Supreme Court references on and off the bench to the press and identifications and applications of the press clause, and they find a steady decrease over time in the salience of the press clause as a generator of meaningful decisional rules and jurisprudence, and a corresponding increase across the ideological spectrum of dyspeptic comments in describing the press. So it's not just conservative justices like Clarence Thomas who detest the press. Progressive jurists use very negative language as well. Everyone on the current court seems to view the press as a nuisance and a bother, not as an enabler of democracy. So where does that take us? Well, if we really believe in democratic self-government, it takes us by a rather quick, direct route to a pretty bad place. Look at OAN, Fox News, Newsmax. We have channels that are propagandizing the American population. Do these have effects? Yes. Consider Springfield, Ohio, and the Haitian immigrants who live there. The GOP candidates for president and vice president, in fact, Trump, during the debate last week, claimed falsely that these lawfully present immigrants, he also claimed they were illegally present, that's not true, they're lawfully present, were eating local cats and dogs, geese, ducks. And even after he was corrected, he has continued repeatedly to say that. So does J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance, though, dropped the mask in an interview over the weekend and said that he would do whatever was necessary to put immigration on the nation's electoral agenda, and if making up a story was necessary to do that, he could live with that. So, and then Elon Musk, that his acquisition of Twitter /X been mentioned. You know, when he bought the company, the platform, for $44 billion, I think its market capitalization now is about a tenth of that. Not a good investment if you're one of Elon Musk's funders, but I digress. He promised it would not be a hellscape. And I would just direct you to the cover of the book. If you sort of recognize it or it seems familiar, it should. That is Hieronymus Bosch's Garden of Earthly Delights, and that is his hellscape. Elon, you'll remember, famously promised that the one thing that would not happen on his watch, is that Twitter would not become a hellscape. Well, a little over a year later, it seems pretty clear that Twitter is in fact a hellscape, and one of the chief demons, we could sort of airbrush Elon in there somewhere, torturing a soul in hell, cutting off someone's ear, is one of the chief perpetrators and purveyors. A couple weeks ago, he took an AI deepfake image of Kamala Harris dressed in a Communist Party uniform and saluted Comrade Kamala and said, this is what she does. Now, he says it's a joke, but there's a big difference between an AI image of Kamala Harris in Communist Party garb and Larry Flint's fake Campari ad. The fake Campari ad in Hustler magazine alleged that Reverend Falwell and his mother had intercourse in a drunken rendezvous in an outhouse. Okay, not very classy, that wasn't Larry Flint's thing, but it was labeled, clearly, parody, not to be taken seriously. And so anyone who saw the fake Campari ad about first times would see the disclaimer. And the problem we have today is we don't have disclaimers. And that raises the question, what are we to do about it? Well, California has a partial answer, I suppose. Gavin Newsom has just signed a new law this week prohibiting AI-created deepfakes, but only of public officials and public figures. I am curious about why ordinary people are not just as entitled to protection for their personal honor, dignity, ability to control their images. And this reflects a larger differential between European understandings of dignity and privacy and U.S. understandings. I would suggest that public officials, Taylor Swift can fight for herself. Donald Trump can fight for himself. If one of us somehow got sucked up into the vortex of the internet and started trending, our ability to fight for ourselves is, I think, somewhat more questionable. So if there's a need for protection against AI-created deepfakes, I would suggest it's not the rich and the powerful and the politically connected, it's the average and the ordinary and the disempowered. But it's not surprising that when we see efforts to protect against deepfakes, they tend to run in favor of protecting things like copyright and intellectual property, because those who have a financial interest are best able to sort of engage the levers of the legislative process. So there's clearly a problem. The problem has been with us since we've had elections and politicians. And the question is then, what, if anything, can be done about it? Does anything work? And that's really the genesis of Disinformation, Misinformation, and Democracy. We wanted to put together some really excellent global legal scholars of free speech and democratic self-government And this is a very American perspective in the framing. I'll simply own that. I've always believed, though, that you can learn a lot by looking at how a society that shares similar values has attempted to address a common problem. So our hope was we would find a better mousetrap. Here in the US, of course, the assumption is that the internet has to be a Wild West, that cyberspace can't be regulated. As András's presentation makes clear, that assumption is not shared in the wider world. So one point of this book is to try to get the message out of the United States that the assumption that the internet has to be a hellhole is a false one. So that still doesn't answer the question of what could be done. Well, one example is what Brazil is doing. They've appointed one of their members of the Supreme Court as an internet regulator. This is after, in the 2022 presidential election, vast quantities of disinformation and misinformation circulated freely and undoubtedly distorted the voting behavior of at least some Brazilian citizens. In fact, if you're wondering why X is no longer available in Brazil, it's because Elon Musk has refused to designate a legal representative for service of process. I've seen some First Amendment experts here in the US denounce Brazil. I have to say I'm somewhat sympathetic to Brazil. You can't even get a corporate charter in Mississippi unless you designate a legal representative for service of process and an address. That is what Brazil is asking for. Now, why won't Elon Musk do that? Well, it's pretty simple. Once he does that, the internet regulator is going to start sending takedown orders for information after process, which is determined to be false or misleading. And these orders are appealable to the full Brazilian Supreme Court, and they aren't enforceable ultimately against Twitter, X, unless the Supreme Court of Brazil ratifies the internet regulator's judgment. So Brazil has decided, after a fairly poisonous 2022 election cycle, that government regulation was a cure that was not worse than the disease. But here in the United States, of course, the First Amendment orthodoxy, going back to New York Times v. Sullivan, Brandenburg v. Ohio, and cases like Snyder v. Phelps, is that any sort of government regulation aimed at the marketplace of political ideas is inherently distortionary and illegitimate. What our book shows and what our contributing authors demonstrate with convincing clarity is that many democratic polities believe that government regulation can be part of a solution rather than an additional problem, that in fact the cure is not worse necessarily than the disease. So what are these vectors of intervention? Well, government regulation is one of the first, and the EU is aggressively regulating, Brazil is regulating, South Korea has regulated. The one thing I learned, and I'm embarrassed to say I didn't know it, but how do you know unless you ask and look? In Chile, for example, they've had statutes on the books against the distribution of fake news since the 1920s. The Pinochet dictatorship used these laws aggressively to silence dissent and to try to maintain power, but after Pinochet falls, what happens? Do you repeal the law or do you keep it on the books? The democratically legitimate government of Chile kept it on the books. Why? Because they were convinced that the dissemination, intentional dissemination in particular, of false information could have terrible distortionary effects and could be affirmatively dangerous. If you want an example of that, COVID vaccines, right? You have Elon Musk and Robert Kennedy Jr. saying that there are things like causes of sterility in young women, or one of my favorite memes on the internet was that the vaccine contained little tracker chips from Bill Gates, so Bill Gates would know exactly where you went. The irony there is if any of you have one of these things, you have a tracker chip. There's no need for a James Bond kind of chip to be inserted in your body, because if you're carrying a SIM card, even if the phone is powered off, you're trackable. But these led to a decrease in uptake of vaccine, which resulted undoubtedly in more sickness, more long-term COVID, and more death. So the idea that there's no social cost to the free circulation of false information, of disinformation and misinformation, is empirically falsifiable. And government regulation is one way to respond. What are other possible responses? Well, self-regulation by the press, or regulation by raised eyebrow, interventions of the sort like the Press Council in the United Kingdom, where the press creates a mechanism for complaining about information that's believed to be false and deceptive, and a mechanism for having that information corrected or taken down. And then a third possible vector of intervention, non-governmental organizations and civil society organizations, knowledge institutions like this university or think tanks, labor unions, churches. I grew up in Mississippi and benefited tremendously from the work of the SCLC. Well, we say SCLC, what does that stand for? Well, it stands for Southern Christian Leadership Conference. It was an organization of Protestant black ministers and others who organized grassroots efforts to take down apartheid in the states of the former Confederacy. And so it was an organic, community-based effort to seek, and which did seek and successfully obtain, a remaking of society in states like Alabama, where I teach. And a combination of federal judges, I should probably mention, I clerked for Frank Johnson, who handled a lot of fairly important civil rights litigation in the 50s and 60s. He desegregated all of Alabama's public institutions. He issued the injunction for the Selma to Montgomery March. He reformed Alabama's voting rules. So we have examples, multiple examples: the civil rights movement, the women's suffrage movement, the anti-abolition movement of grassroots organizations organizing the community to contest widely accepted truths that they had come to believe were false, such that all people should not have equal dignity and citizenship, or that women shouldn't be full and equal citizens, or that black Americans shouldn't have a full measure of equality and dignity and citizenship. So these are the three vectors of analysis, and what does the book find? I wish I had better news. There is not really a clearly better mousetrap. What one finds is that even in countries like Germany, which have their network law and try very aggressively to police disinformation and misinformation, information of this sort still seems to circulate fairly freely. When I was growing up, there was a game called Whack-A-Mole, like at the Chuck E. Cheese Pizzeria, and you took a big plastic mallet and a mole would pop up and you would whack it. And in many ways, so you take X down in Brazil, does that mean that Brazil doesn't have misinformation and misinformation circulating? No, it circulates on other platforms. And it's possible, I suppose, to create a system of internet censorship that can react in real time dynamically. China has done that, but China's approach to internet regulation is one that I would have grave concerns about adopting, and which no democracy has or is even talked about adopting. So when you look at regulation, and you look at countries that have taken the most aggressive steps, one finds that the problem remains. Is it better or worse? That's an empirical question, and I think the jury's still out on that. But here in the United States, we at least ought to think about whether regulation might do more good than harm, and look at foreign examples of regulation to see which models and modalities of regulation seem to do more good than harm. Self-regulation, regulation by raised eyebrow, there's nothing wrong with the press and social media platforms taking greater responsibility. That's one of the tragedies of Elon Musk taking over X as well. Prior to his becoming the new editor-in-chief of Twitter, they actually had significant resources committed to identifying false information and removing it from the platform. Once he took over the company, he fired virtually everyone associated with this. And it was criticized, to be fair, by a lot of GOP politicians as an effort to censor conservative speech. Well, if your conservative speech is a vice presidential candidate lying about Haitian immigrants eating, Fluffy the cat, then I would suggest that censorship is probably in order. I mean, there have been dozens of bomb threats in Springfield because of this false information. People fear for their lives. So to say that there's no social cost to J.D. Vance's little fun with a false cat meme is to denigrate the humanity and the dignity and the personhood of those Haitian lawful immigrants in Springfield, Ohio. With respect to modalities of intervention, I have to say the chapters and the interventions that struck me as most promising are also the longest term solutions. We need citizens who are media literate, who are media savvy. Finland's done a very good job of doing this, but Finland is very rich, it's very homogenous, but they have invested serious effort in K through 12 education in teaching kids how to ascertain the reliability of a news source and how to fact check the news source. What are we doing? As best I can tell, nothing with respect to media education and media literacy. And in fact, in states like Florida under Ron DeSantis, we have states that are actually turning school boards into engines of disinformation and misinformation. So if anything in the United States, we seem to be going the wrong way. What about labor unions? Well, labor unions like the SCLC could help, but labor union membership, and Charlotte can speak to this more directly later, has been on a broad decline in the United States, particularly in the private sector, for generations. And in fact, there's a book, Bowling Alone, a new edition of which came out fairly recently, which laments and documents in general the broad decline of civil society and civic organizations in the U.S. People don't belong to the ABA anymore. They don't belong to the Elks. They don't go bowling on Thursday night. These communities have high levels of trust by the people who belong to them. And so, for example, with COVID vaccine uptake in the Mississippi Delta, who was most efficacious at getting people to take the jab? Wasn't Tony Fauci. You could run Tony Fauci day and night. Wasn't Michael Jordan. You could run him day or night. The uptake didn't change. Who was efficacious? Who was persuasive? Medical professionals working in clinics in the Mississippi Delta who had pre-existing relationships with their patients. When your doctor or your nurse says, this is not Tuskegee 2.0 or 3.0 or 10.0, and they explain that the health benefits greatly exceed the health risks, people say, okay. So one of the problems we see with correcting disinformation and misinformation is that depending on the source, and if it's a mainstream media source, even the Wall Street Journal or Fox News, people cling to the falsity and tie themselves to falsity's mass with greater alacrity and stronger rope. So even today, 2/3 of GOP voters believe the 2020 election was stolen. They believe the big lie. And I thought maybe they're sort of joking. They're not. They sincerely believe that the 2020 election was stolen by that nefarious Democrat sympathizer, Brad Raffensperger, the Secretary of State of Georgia, and Brian Kemp. It's ludicrous. But how do we have a democracy in which 2/3 of one of the major party's members believe that Joe Biden is not the legitimately elected president of the United States? Right now, I just saw a very troubling and sad survey data. It seems like a good survey, that 52% of GOP voters believe that the Haitian immigrants in Springfield, Illinois are in fact eating cats, dogs, geese, ducks. 52%, a majority. How can this be? And then the question I think we have to ask ourselves, and with the balance of this day we'll sort of investigate, how do we operate a mass participatory democracy with poisonous information markets in which people believe patent falsehoods in great numbers and vote accordingly? And perhaps if we educate kids better, and we try to reanimate civil society organizations, and Vicki Jackson's chapter on knowledge institutions, I think, is really a powerful one. She argues that universities, libraries, think tanks, we need to build better citizens. But people have said we need better citizens going back to Thomas Jefferson and Dewey and Meiklejohn. And unless we're prepared to do something along those lines, I don't see a clear path forward. The other thing is that's a long-term game, right? You're talking about building a citizen who's 15 right now who will be a more sensible and savvy voter at 35. What do we do about the people who are out of high school, the people who are 21 into their 70s and 80s, who are watching Fox News or OAN or Newsmax and who are, concerned about the cats of Springfield, Illinois? I'll stop there, but say that comparative law can yield important insights into common problems. And the United States would benefit not only in this area of free speech law, but more generally, if we were at least open to considering the way other societies have sort of struck the balance between government as regulator and enhancer of speech and government as censor and oppressor of speech. I'll stop there.
Great, thank you for those powerful framing remarks. Maybe I'll just pose one question to each panelist so that we can stay on schedule and others can come in if they wish. So going in order, Andy, you have this helpful three-part taxonomy of historic responses to fake news concerns. We have laissez-faire, we have industry self-regulation, and we have government regulation. Could you help us understand what industry self-regulation might even look like today? Because the mainstream media outlets already have objectivity norms and practices. They've done their self-regulation, but they're not really the problem. The partisan media outlets like the Fox News or OAN or Breitbart, it's kind of it seems antithetical to their business model that they would subscribe to some robust objectivity norm. And then social media, their whole business model relies on algorithmically mediated content and filter bubbles. So is it even conceivable in principle that we could do industry self-regulation? If not, does it push you toward government solutions?
No, that's a great question, and you're absolutely right. It looks very difficult to achieve. What I conclude in my book, Not Exactly Lying, is that I would like to see, I think it would be useful for all concerned, for the mainstream media to stop trying to become more reader-friendly, to become more open, to become more of those I think I'd like to see mainstream media uphold objectivity. With all of its problems, with all of its anguishes, with all of the difficulties, we know that it doesn't work well in some places, but it marks the professional journalist. It marks the professional who is willing to say, as Walter Lippmann claimed, journalism is a discipline of verification. What I see that is really troubling is that organizations like Fox News, like OAN, like Breitbart, they all say we are objective, we are truthful, we're fact-checking, we're verifying. They're not. They're saying they are. They're using the language of professional journalism to say they are doing that kind of work when it's, and they can get away with it because the mainstream media are backing away under pressure from the traditional journalistic value of objectivity. It's a really complicated place to be, and there's no easy solution there. But I hate to see the language of professional journalism co-opted by the ones who are undermining it the most.
Okay, great. Andres, you teased your own question, I think, when you said you have a free speech critique of what the EU's been doing in this regulatory space, but didn't get to it. Could you elaborate? What is the free speech set of concerns you have?
Yeah, thanks. It's really difficult to answer the question briefly because we have many free speech problems with our European approach to the problem. First, I'd like to mention the fact that many disinformation is actually protected speech, not only under the First Amendment, but also under European free speech doctrines. And when the European Union or national governments try to put some burden on the shoulders of the technology companies, just to do something against the problems, they never really mention this issue, that some of, or most, or actually, in my opinion, most of the content that can be labeled as disinformation is actually protected speech under constitutional free speech doctrines. And then the problem is that governments and the European Commission really try to enforce and try to use the platforms as proxies in this censorship process. And the platforms do not have a legal obligation to differentiate between protected speech and unprotected speech. So speech that is really free to regulate and speech that needs to be protected. And this is all under the European Union's approach, this is all legally allowed, because the law, the DSA regulation only only wants the illegal content to be taken down by the platforms, but on the other hand, it also allows for private regulation. So that is, I think, the main problem. The second problem, and it's very related to this issue, is that it's not the governments, not the courts, not government agencies, but mostly private companies that are the technological platforms, social media and video sharing platforms, are the arbiters of freedom of speech issues. And it's the same in the European Union and Europe, and it's also in the US. So even if we have extensive regulation, extensive platform regulation in the EU, actually this private regulation by the platforms are much more influential, and they are obviously take down content that is not illegal, but maybe it is against the terms of services or breaches their private speech codes. And this is not something that is really discussed in Europe, and I find it a problem. I agree with Ron that regulation is something that can be used. The UK were not shy in that, and they introduced this forced communication offense. I just looked for the exact wording of the text in the Online Services Act, Online Safety Act, sorry. So false communication is now a criminal offense since the enactment of this new UK legislation. And also, some American authors agree that false information can be regulated. I read a monograph by Cass Sunstein, and he also argues that theoretically intentional lies can be regulated even under the First Amendment jurisprudence and doctrines. So this is not something that is unimaginable in Europe, at least, but for me, this not differentiated landscape where we handle with illegal and non-illegal content with the same tools is not something that is very persuasive from a free speech perspective.
Great, thanks. And Ron, I was hoping you could clarify what government regulatory strategies might look like here in the US, because I heard you to say that ultimately the most promising solutions are longer term, sounding in civic education, media literacy, but before we get to that promised land, you said government regulation is one way to respond, but the examples you cited from Brazil and Chile would, I assume, run afoul of First Amendment law here. So what did you have in mind when you suggested government regulation could help here, and what could be done consistent with First Amendment case law?
Well, I think you're exactly right, David, to posit that the First Amendment poses very serious, particularly with the current court, poses very serious legal impediments to a regulation of the sort like Germany's network law or Chile's law or the EU regulations. That said, let's sort of think about this in terms of Fred Schauer, who just passed away, an iconic First Amendment scholar, his iconic article on the boundaries of the First Amendment. What Schauer tells us is, well, if I say false things about a drug, I'm subject to civil and criminal penalties. And if I sell securities or have an IPO that doesn't have mandatory language or that has false information, I'm subject to liability. Same thing, too, with commercial credit offers. There are mandatory disclosures, the so-called Schumer box. You don't do that, you're subject to civil and criminal liability. So the idea that speech and false speech are not regulated in the U.S. is not true. But what differentiates regulating RX claims, IPOs, and credit offerings, and whether lower taxes for corporations benefit all Americans? Well, empirical falsifiability. However, the claim that cats are being eaten in Springfield is empirically falsifiable. And the problem, I think, and it relates to something Post writes about, is that when you have someone like Donald Trump or Boris Johnson or Bolsonaro disseminating false information intentionally in a political context, how do you regulate a purveyor of disinformation when they're the leader of a major political party in the middle of an election cycle? The supporters of that party and that candidate, even if they are willing to concede after a few beers that the false speech is false, are never going to tolerate having their candidate, their team, regulated in that way. And so in an era of extreme polarization and tribalism in our politics, it's hard for me to imagine a regulation of political speech and political falsehoods that would achieve widespread bipartisan agreement, just in the design. And then even if you could design such rules, and how do the Europeans, how do these things look? Well, for one thing, they tend to target, and Andras was just talking about the UK. In the UK, it's not illegal to speak falsely. It's illegal to intentionally speak falsely. And most of these regulations have a scienter or knowledge requirement. And in the US, with a crime, you'd have to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. But the problem is, if J.D. Vance lies about Haitian immigrants eating cats, and someone picks that up on Facebook and innocently repeats it, maybe J.D. Vance, if we could figure out a way to overcome the political economy problems, could be prosecuted, but the innocent repetition of that is not going to be regulable. So I have to sort of say I'm inclined to just throw my hands up, because the problem is that declaring empirical truth in the context of a polarized partisan political campaign, and who would do that? I sure as hell, if Trump is reelected, don't want whoever the hell is willing to be Trump's attorney general to decide whether something I write in a law review article is true. And I feel quite confident that Trump supporters don't want Joe Biden or Merrick Garland to do that. So how do you, and that goes back to the sort of the civil society organizations. if the ABA says it. I mean, and I'm active in the ABA administrative law section, very ideologically diverse. And we all managed to get along and think about ways to make the administrative process work better. Now, we're able to do that because it's trans-substantive and not substantive, right? We're talking about procedures and agencies, and we don't know whether that'll lead to a pro-environmental or an anti-environmental outcome. But we get along and we trust each other and we disagree respectfully. ACUS does that too. ACUS has had conservative heads and had liberal heads. How do we generalize that kind of community where there's some degree of trust and mutual respect? And I think this goes to something Cass Sunstein has written about, which is the siloing of voters in echo chambers, where they don't interact with anyone who's not part of their tribe. And this also goes to the uptake of information. If someone who's out, if Rachel Maddow says something is true, a Fox News viewer is just going to not credit that at all, even if she says the earth is round and not flat. And the other thing I see as a problem, and maybe Andy could speak to this, I'm really sort of disturbed by universities and media enterprises requiring balance, both sides. So if you have John Lewis on to talk about voting rights, does that mean you have to have, I don't know, Laura Loomer come on and say non-citizens are voting in droves and we need to require a passport as a precondition to registering? It seems to me that balance, if we think of balance as meaning that if you say apartheid is wrong, you have to have an apartheid supporter on it on CNN, is a terrible way to go about trying to create greater confidence in the media. But until we figure out ways of restructuring our society to encourage interaction between people who have very different worldviews and values, I think we're doomed. No regulation is going to work in a society that's hyperpolarized. And there was an experiment here in New York City, and then I'll stop. A group tried to put together Trumpy Trumps and like super progressive people to like go to dinner and maybe go see a Mets game. And when they got together initially, it was all great. But after a few beers, all hell broke loose, and they wanted to kill each other. So if you can't even bring people together as part of a project to get people from deeply different political backgrounds to interact in a positive and non-confrontational way, what hope do we have for doing that on a mass scale across a country of over 330 million people? I guess I'm pretty depressed.
I am too now. Okay, so let's bring you in. We have a little bit of time for questions. And would you mind just saying who you are? Holly has the mic. We can pass it.
I'm Ricardo Gandur. I'm from Brazil. I'm a journalist, researcher, and a former visiting scholar of Columbia Journalism School a couple of years ago. Well, many things to comment about Brazil. I think you are very updated on what's happening there. But I'd like to underline just one thing. It's important to all this debate. We can talk more later. But it's a false dilemma between claiming for regulation and being anti-liberal. Well, this is not claiming, if I claim for regulation, this does not mean I'm anti-liberalism. The government must regulate many things in this society, and we live every day with that. But what is happening in Brazil, it's, in all the world, of course, but it's the huge effect of the big tech platforms doesn't assume themselves as media companies, and they must be regulated. But they must moderate content. What they don't do this? Very simple, because it raises costs and lower revenues. That's the point. And just to finalize, to comment all the past and historical aspects all of you raised about being false or truth. The problem today is the volume. We never had this power engine of flowing and volume that we are facing today. And that's it. Thank you.
May I ask you a question?
Sure.
Is the Brazilian Supreme Court highly regarded? What is its popular approval rating? Because I'm guessing it must be pretty high if decisions about internet moderation by the Supreme Court are popularly accepted.
Well, between us, well, the Supreme Court of Brazil, I would say sometimes, several times, they are quite of polemical. But being very frank, in 2002 elections, they saved our democracy. The Supreme Court saved our democracy. What I personally think is they know more than we realize. Especially the Mr. Alexandre de Moraes, which became a character in our landscape.
Great. Maybe if it's all right, we'll get in, because we're low on time, at least one more question.
Hi, my name is Stefania Kopronțai. I'm also from Hungary. I'm here as a visiting scholar, but I'm a human rights advocate back home. And I want to bring in another problem into this already very complex framework. What can we do? What sort of legal approach can we apply when the state or the public service media plays a very important role in disseminating misinformation, which is the case in my country, in Hungary? I know that it works very differently here, so I will just say a couple of things about the system, and I don't want to take up too much time, but so it's financed by the state, financed by the government, the public service media, and there are researches from 2023 that in relation to Russia's war in Ukraine, the public service media spread misinformation about the war. And it's not only about what impact it has on the Hungarian public, but it has implications also on Hungary's and the Hungarian government's position in the EU and the NATO. So it has more global implications. And there are also studies that it had impact on the public discourse. So my question to the panelists is, what can you do if the state plays a very important role in spreading misinformation? And I would like to get Professor Koltai's answer to that as well, because he's also the president of the Media Council in Hungary.
Wait, let me just say, if anyone wants to get in a last question, maybe we can take another one or two and let the panelists have the last word before we break. Any, if not, we'll go to Professor.
We do have one from online.
Okay, let's get that, and then
Okay.
our final answers.
So this one is for Ron. Do you see a more likely pathway towards federal regulation in the United States as being through domestic, perhaps state-level pressure, or international pressure from democratic nations suffering the consequences of an unaccountable U.S. tech industry?
Thanks, Holly. So why don't we go Professor Koltai, Professor Kortosinski, and then Professor Tuck, if you want the last word, you can have it.
All right. Yeah. Government disinformation is obviously an important sub-issue of the disinformation problem. In my paper, I briefly elaborate on that from the perspective of the EU approach, and I find it problematic that in many cases, disinformation coming from civil citizens or civil organizations or just average platform users, and disinformation coming from governments or EU bodies itself are handled in the same way. So they are not differentiated in regulation, and they are not differentiated in self-regulation either. In fact, there are some regulation in the EU and also in member states or in the United Kingdom that prioritizes traditional media speech, and ordinary citizen speech are not actually protected. So I would like to see a regulation that differentiates between government disinformation and disinformation coming from citizens, and also regulation that does not prioritize traditional media, which is currently the case, because traditional media can also be a source of disinformation. It's not only public service media, but media generally. The public service media issue is also a different case, and it's not only related to the disinformation problem. The fate of the public service media, it's a long story. In Hungary, it's more than 3 decades that we are struggling with the independence of public service media, and we still have a long way to go. I'm not familiar with these research you mentioned, but probably the main problem is that it's really difficult to get reliable information on that. From a regulatory perspective, and you kindly highlighted that I also work for the media authority, it's pretty easy, because the media regulation does not regulate disinformation in itself. So what we can do is just to supervise the due impartiality rules. Ron mentioned these impartiality rules are present in most European legal systems, which means that news programs should be impartial not only on the public service media, but also generally in every other broadcasters, television, and radio. But our due impartiality rules are pretty free speech protective, I must say. So the media authority itself cannot police these political programs. An individual complaint needs to be submitted, and then the media authority can check whether that certain news program or segment of a certain news program was actually impartial or not. There are many other solutions to this issue, and impartiality rules are everywhere in Germany, France, United Kingdom, neighboring countries in Hungary, but mostly only in the case of traditional broadcasting. So I don't really think that it is a very effective instrument against disinformation. But on the other hand, I'm also happy that the media regulation, and it's not only the Hungarian Media Act, but also media regulatory instrument in other countries in Europe are not aimed directly against disinformation, because in my opinion, and I try to highlight some arguments for that, this would be not necessarily in line with the protection of freedom of speech under the European doctrines. Thanks.
Ron, maybe just a quick answer to a very hard question.
Sure. I think leaning in on international or comparative law as officially or directly and saying let's be more like France is not a good way to get something enacted in most states or at the federal level. I recall members of the Congress objecting to French fries at one point during W's administration and wanting them to be renamed in the House Cafeteria Freedom Fries. So then what do we do? I don't know. Non-governmental entities could do this, but people who watch Fox News are not crediting PolitiFact's fact checks. And we no longer have, and then mainstream media, responsible journalists, New York Times, Wall Street Journal, even Fox, if they get something clearly wrong, they will usually run a retraction. That's not the problem, but the retraction does no good for people who believe the election was stolen in 2020. I think what's happened, and this may be something Andy can speak to, when I was growing up, we had Walter Cronkite and Frank Reynolds and Connie Chung and Bernard Shaw, and everybody got their news and information from one of the legacy networks, and they pretty much tried very hard, even with difficult subjects like Iran-Contra or the Vietnam War, to call balls and strikes. And how many people died at My Lai? We might fight like hell about whether to stay in Vietnam, but the basic facts underlying what was going on there were generally and widely accepted. That's no longer true. We live in a society in which we're balkanized, highly partisan, and we don't have the same facts. We're operating in a world of alternative facts, to quote Kellyanne Conway's defense of the president's spokesman about crowd sizes. So I don't know. I think we need better informed citizens, more capable citizens. We need media literate citizens. We need citizens who are constitutionally literate, know what the three branches of government are, and what the Supreme Court decisions affect on a presidential policy. The last Constitution Day survey from Annenberg at Penn was distressing and depressing and part of a larger long-term trend of civic illiteracy in this country. So I think the long-term solutions lie in building better citizens, but that's a very heavy lift. One quick thing on state government media, it's a double-edged sword, because the BBC strikes me as a pretty reliable source of news and information. So state-owned media doesn't necessarily have to be bad. I guess the question is who's overseeing the media, and that's going to lead to different results. Eduardo Bertoni's chapter on false speech by politicians in Argentina is fascinating. There's a law there that creates liability for false speech. The trouble is it's enforced by the government. and the government is not going to enforce false speech by the prime minister. So again, you've always got to look at whether the medicine is worse than the disease.
Yeah, very quickly. I want to go back to your previous question to me in your previous answer about balance. I think that the way people understand objectivity is either misinformation or disinformation. When it was advocated by Walter Lippmann in the 1920s, it never meant this side, done, go home. What it meant was that journalists should scrutinize their understanding, that they should a discipline of verification. They should find the facts. They should examine them dispassionately. They should present their best understanding of it. But what objectivity does, and that I think has given it a bad name, is that by taking an objective approach, it is saying we think there is a way that we can use the tools of investigation and knowledge to come to a reasonably fact-supported answer. There are such a thing as facts that can be agreed on, and if we lose that, that's what I'm hoping for. That a resurgence of understanding of what objectivity means would bring back that attitude.
Okay, great. Let's thank the panelists for a great way to get the day started. I think we have 5 minutes, Holly, to the. Okay.
Very quick break to change out the panels, and we should all be back at 2 o'clock for the next panel. Oh, yes, I am being reminded that anybody who is watching online, please do submit your questions. We've already received one question for the next panel, so we're queuing them up. We are watching and monitoring the chats, so send us your questions, and we'll see you all in about 5-6 minutes. Thanks very much.
During the dinner, we can have a chat about the book project, okay?
I was going to ask you, how should I pronounce the name? Bernard? Bernard. 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 Yep. Yep. Bernard. Toro. I can handle it. You can handle it. Okay. Well, yeah, and I'm not, Holly, so I've read Bernard's and Aron's papers, and is Artur... It's not a book. Right. Is that from Brazil, right? He's from Brazil. Yes, so he got this. This is not interesting example. Yes.
Yeah, he's up at Yale, he's part of the time.
I saw that.
So I guess some more sort of general questions about the situation
Yeah.
in Brazil, and he can probably take it from there.
And so one last question is, should I be doing the introductions of each, should I say we've got Aron Park, Bernard Dorr?
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
And you can also refer them to the website. We have all the bios posted there. I am going to give a full introduction of your bio,
Okay.
and then I'll let you take it from there.
Okay. Sounds good. Oh, interesting. Good to meet you. And is it Artur or Artur? I go by Artur. Artur is, how would you say? Artur. Like Arthur, no. Yeah. Gotcha.
I usually go by Art. It's your
Art?
first name.
I'll do Art.
Yeah, I am going to do first names. Great.
It's great to meet you.
Yes, wonderful to meet you.
When you're searching for an egalitarian...
Oh, great. Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone. We're ready to start the second panel on national and transnational regulatory approaches. Our moderator is Jeremy Kessler, the Stanley H. Holt Professor of Law at Columbia Law School. A noted legal historian, Jeremy writes primarily about First Amendment law, administrative law, and legal theory. His scholarship has investigated the origins of modern First Amendment law, the legal and political economic foundations of the administrative state, and transatlantic debates about the relationship between rights and governance throughout the 20th century. His writing has appeared in the Harvard Law Review, Columbia Law Review, and University of Chicago Law Review, among other publications. He's also the co-director of Columbia Law School's Legal History Workshop and Columbia University's new workshop on knowledge and the state, a project of the Center for Political Economy at Columbia World Projects. Jeremy, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much, Holly. So we're going to get right into it. I'll just very briefly introduce our three panelists. Each of the panelists will speak about their sort of own either national or regional expertise in these issues. I'll ask a couple of questions, and then we will hopefully get to some Q&A as well. So first we'll hear from, and I'll introduce all three folks at once, and then I'll ask Aaron to begin. So first we'll hear from Aaron Park, who's an associate professor in media and communications at Korea University, South Korea. Aaron is also a contributor to the volume. Next we'll hear from Bernard Torok, who is the director of the Institute for, or of the Information Society, the University of Public Service in Hungary. And then finally, Artur Pericles Lima Montero, who's currently a resident fellow at the Information Society Project at Yale Law School. Aaron, please begin.
Okay, sure. Thank you for introducing me. So, as introduced, I'm Aaron Park, and I'm teaching media law and journalism at Korea University. So thank you for joining this book event today, and I want to appreciate the wonderful book editors, and I feel so honored to contribute a chapter to this important book project. In my chapter, I focus on the challenges of regulating disinformation through laws. So at first glance, making a law against disinformation might seem like an easy, simple solution, but that's not the case. As the case in South Korea shows, it's not that simple. So since 2017, there have been growing concerns about fake news and disinformation in South Korea. Especially, we had the presidential election at that time. So this led the Korean National Assembly to propose more than 40 bills since 2017 to regulate this issue. In fact, there might be more than 40 bills, because I stopped counting after writing my book chapter. So probably, I'm sure there will be more than 40 bills now in Korea. But so despite all these efforts, none of the bills have been passed yet. So why? So because making a law in this area is really tricky. So there are a lot of problems. The first problem is definitional issue. So to punish someone for spreading fake news, the law needs to clearly define what is disinformation or fake news. But as you can imagine, this is very difficult. Moreover, some bills targeted the press, the legacy media, defining fake news as false reporting. So there have been a lot of huge controversies in Korean society regarding protecting freedom of the press. Another issue is the term fake news itself. Actually, I do not like the term because it includes the word news, which can negatively affect people's trust in the news media. Also, politicians often use this term to attack legacy media that criticize them, like America in the same situation in my country. And also, I try to encourage the use of disinformation instead, but it's really hard to change the social habit. So because politicians, including the presidents, are using the word fake news. So I just gave up, and now I use both the terms interchangeably, while some reluctance though. So the second problem with these bills is that they impose too much burden on digital platforms. So most bills require the digital platforms to monitor contents and remove or block the contents. While these platforms are important gatekeepers of online information, imposing too much liability on them can threaten freedom of speech. So in fact, if platforms are held liable for disinformation, they may choose to simply delete or block some contents to avoid legal issues, even when it's not necessary. So this has been happening in South Korea, and it can lead to over-censorship or private censorship issue. So the third issue is deciding what constitutes false expression. So in legal context, the truth can sometimes include minor exaggerations or errors, so making it difficult to draw a clear line between what is false or what is not. As the Korean Constitutional Court stated, even false ideas can contribute to finding the truth, which further complicates this matter. So if making laws against disinformation, so it's not the magic solution, I argue. So what can you do? So I'm not saying we should not make laws. Rather, we need better laws. So these laws should provide clear guidelines for citizens and platforms on what is protected expression or not. Also, regulated self-regulation, which means co-regulation, is really important, I think. So I think pure self-regulation of platforms is just an idea. So government should provide a framework for platforms' self-regulation. So for the platforms, they should provide a transparent procedure for detecting and removing disinformation online without infringing on free speech. So additionally, media literacy is crucial, as Ron said. Educating citizens to recognize and understand disinformation can empower them to navigate this complex digital landscapes. So therefore, we need a multiple approach that combines better, clearer laws with regulated self-regulation system and media literacy efforts. So that is my conclusion. So thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Aaron. Bernard?
Yes. Thank you very much. It's really great to be here, and it's great to be a contributor to this highly important and relevant volume on the set of problems of disinformation. My contribution both to the book and to this discussion is the European approach, at least partly, because we share this with András Koltai, both in the book and here. He already mentioned many important elements of the European approach regarding the EU regulation and the EU efforts. My chapter is focusing on the Council of Europe, the work of the Council of Europe, which is a separate international organization, including a set of institutions. It's important to mention because I am focusing on three institutions within the Council of Europe. And I think the Council of Europe is probably the best intergovernmental institution for examining a European approach of freedom of speech. To some extent, it is even more telling, the work in the Council of Europe is even more telling than the EU and the regulation efforts in the EU, because it's a broader scope in terms of member states. It comprises 47 member states. And the second reason is that the Council of Europe and these three institutions that I am examining in the chapter have a very complex toolbox to handle pressing constitutional and social questions, now the question of disinformation. It also has hard, strict regulatory, judicial, legal tools, of course, speaking about the European Court of Human Rights. But in other institutions, the Venice Commission or the Committee of Ministers, it also can issue public policy recommendations and communications. that I find really, really important in this field of disinformation. This will be one of the main takeaways from my chapter. So let's see what can be the conclusions about the European approach to disinformation while examining these three institutions and the work in the Council of Europe. I think the first conclusion is, or my first goal to summarize the jurisprudence of the Strasbourg Court was to a little bit fine-tune or even correct the common stereotype or oversimplification that how the European interpretation of freedom of speech can get closer to the problem of disinformation, how Europeans can handle this issue. Because I think it's a common oversimplification that, at least from speaking or watching this problem from the US, that Europeans are in a way better situation because they can regulate speech more deeply, more broadly, even using content-based restrictions. And if you see the jurisprudence of the court and other policy documents from the Venice Commission, which is the most important advisory board on constitutional matters in Europe, or the public policy documents of the Committee of the Ministers, you can see that this is not as true in the field of disinformation. It is certainly very true, this hard distinction between the US approach and the European approach when we are talking about hate speech. In the issue of hate speech, this oversimplification is true that in Europe we have several restrictions, content-based restrictions, protecting human dignity, which is in the focus of the European approach. But when we are talking about disinformation, it is not as true, because in this case, the most important starting point is that the European interpretation or concept or approach on free speech is based on democratic participation. So based on the justification of the democratic participatory model and principle. And in the jurisprudence of the Strasbourg Court, it is clearly, it can be clearly seen that the Strasbourg Court is really strong in this interpretation, that all the elements of disinformation, so the motivation of the speaker, the classification of the statement, is it factual or is it a value judgment, an opinion, a political opinion, or the harm of speech, the impact of speech. So all the elements are interpreted by the court to support democratic participation. And from this approach and from this ground, it is really hard to establish a wide room for intervention into the public discourse, into public discussion of social questions. So my first conclusion, I don't want to go deeper now in the introduction, but my first conclusion by the end of the chapter is that even in Europe, it is hard to establish clear grounds for wide restrictive legal means, for the wide use of restrictive legal means. You can find a narrow room for that, but there is no general ground for action or general action against disinformation. It is clear. So even in Europe, we are in a pretty tricky situation what to do with this information. Why, when Europeans are in a easier situation or to do something with this information is the so-called positive obligations of the state and to regulate the structure and the structure and the framework of the public discussion. It is a traditional European phenomenon that we can trust the state to some extent to regulate the framework and the structure of public discourse. Not without limitations, of course, but not the content of this. And we can talk about later what are the elements of these positive obligations regarding disinformation. And the last remark that, because I think the most important conclusion is that after examining and assessing the possibility of restrictive legal means, and after making the conclusion that it is really tricky to grab this disinformation problem with these kind of legal means, we must turn to public policy means that try to handle the underlying social problems that led to this kind of disinformation problem. Because unless we and the state in Europe really try to do its best to do something with the underlying and contextual social problem surrounding this information, we won't be better off with this set of questions.
Thank you very much.
That's it.
Wonderful. Art?
Thank you so much. I am thrilled to be here, delighted. I don't have, so first of all, thank you to the organizers and to Dr. Holly Johnson for letting me be here. I don't have a contribution to this book. I did write a book, a chapter, but to a different book, so I got confused. No, it's actually a good book. But I won't plug it here. You do have it on the resources page for the conference. So I'm Art. I was trained in Brazil as a lawyer, and I do work with the U.S. First Amendment and also write a little bit about Brazil. I wrote this one chapter on platform responsibility in Brazil, and I am also the Freedom on the Net author for Freedom House. So I'll draw on those in my brief remarks here. I'll try to be short because we want to hear from our contributors first and foremost. So first of all, let me give you the lay of the, fun fact about me. I used to be editor-in-chief for my law school's newspaper, and the person who funded the newspaper is sitting right here. I met him 14 years ago. I don't know if you remember that. All right, so let's get back to that. So landscape of free speech in Brazil, I think most Brazilian lawyers would tell you that the Brazilian free speech tradition is closer to the European free speech tradition than the US is. Now, of course, it's great that you raised the question that there's a lot of oversimplification about those differences, especially when it comes to misinformation and disinformation, and that certainly applies. But there's also an aspect of Brazilian law that's much closer to First Amendment law, and I think that's protections for journalists. They're not always codified as law, but in practice, if you were consulting a lawyer in Brazil, he would probably tell you, or she would probably tell you, that the U.S. would be a better guide for you than Europe, for instance, when it comes to the protection of reporters or sources. All right, so what do we have in Brazil? We have a general protection for freedom of expression in our constitution, but the big question for free speech law in Brazil is that we don't have a lot of standards of how to apply that very vague free speech protection as it does with protections in other jurisdictions as well. In theory, Brazil is part of the Inter-American Convention on Human Rights, and as the Inter-American Court on Human Rights interprets it, Brazil should be bound by its standards, which are somewhat derived from New York Times v. Sullivan and all of its progeny. But that really doesn't happen. The Supreme Court has consistently rejected the Inter-American Court on Human Rights standards. This is specifically, I think most recent example goes to desacato, so it's a criminal contempt, but not of a court, but actually of an official. So you have that. That is an important preface to misinformation and disinformation in Brazil, because it tells us that for all, I know that First Amendment scholars are always vexed about content neutrality and how First Amendment categories just prevent you from actually doing the work that you need to support the public sphere. In Brazil, we're not vexed by content neutrality, but we still don't have the tools. We don't have categorical tools that will help us say when a judge is empowered to issue an order to take down a particular content or not, other than obviously what is already made illegal under our legislation. Even that sometimes is a little bit vague. All right, so that's the overview of free speech, 2-minute overview of free speech standards in Brazil. Now let's get to internet regulation. In Brazil, we have something you might have heard of, Marco Civil da Internet. That's our internet framework or Bill of Rights. The operative part, relevant part of the Marco Civil for our purposes is that it humanizes platforms for third-party content, provided that when they are faced with a court order directing them to remove that content, they do it. And that basically explains why X is now unavailable in Brazil. It did not do so, and as a part of measures that Justice Alexandre de Moraes issued to get the X to comply in Brazil, he escalated to suspending services in Brazil. So, but Marco Civil basically gets you to a situation that's somewhat close to what the US has now and what Europe had prior to the DSA, which is basically industry self-regulation. And Brazilians are not happy about that. You might have heard that we had our own version of January 6th. It was actually January 8th, 2 days later, because we didn't want to do things exactly the same. And because of that, and also in the lead up to January 8th, there have been a number of proposals, and some of those proposals to get Brazil closer to what the EU is doing with the DSA, and some of those proposals are, I think, welcome. You always have, like I said, because we don't have free speech standards in Brazil, in Brazilian law, you have a problem where you don't have the standards, you don't have a European Court of Human Rights standards, you also don't have EU institutions, and you also don't have a EU civil society. So when you're discussing, for instance, empowering an agency to take down a particular platform in the EU, you can somewhat rely on the the fragmentation that EU is, to basically act as checks and balances on let's say, national animus. We won't have that in Brazil because we're just a country. And I'll close with, in addition to not having free speech standards, we also do not have media regulation in Brazil. And maybe that gets us closer to the US in the end, except that we also don't have a Federal Communications Commission. So I tried to give you a 7-minute summary of Brazil there. Happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Art. I have to say that this is the first panel I've ever been at a law school where folks did confine their remarks to the suggested time period. So I'm really very grateful for that, and it'll give us a lot of time for conversation. So I've been directed by Holly to start off with a few questions to these wonderful panelists, and I'm really pleased to do so. I first wanted to note, and it comes out through the book manuscript as a whole, and it comes out in the remarks we've heard just now, I was really struck by the degree of convergence between the limitations that various national and regional regimes have encountered when it comes to policing misinformation and disinformation. It's going to change the way I teach First Amendment law from this day forward, because First Amendment scholars in the United States, I think, have internalized a view that our system is so different than most other national or regional systems will, so that it's really, really hard to police misinformation and disinformation in the United States because of the First Amendment. You can do lots more of such policing elsewhere. And we've had fascinating examples from all three panelists about whether through borrowing or through kind of parallel norm developments, you get a fair number of similar, if not formal restrictions, than kind of habitual reluctance to engage in various kinds of speech policing. I just wanted to note that, and if folks think I'm wrong about that, please correct me. The second thing I want to say, I imagine, will be more controversial, which is that I think that's a good thing. I think I'm kind of heartened to see that various legal regimes are encountering such difficulty when it comes to responding to calls to regulate misinformation and disinformation, because I find the problem very, I don't want to say poorly defined, but very controversially defined. And I'm very sorry that I couldn't be here for much of the first panel, where I know the question of definitions was undoubtedly mooted. So I just want to float the following and invite our three panelists and those in the audience or watching online to respond to it. It seems to me that the dominant hypothesis about why there is this proliferation of misinformation and disinformation in recent years, recent decades, has to do with a variety of political and technological factors. On the political side, multipolarity, authoritarianism, collapse in civic education, so on and so forth. And then on the technological side, the internet, social media, and AI. As a result of these social phenomena, we are encountering a kind of secular rise in misinformation and disinformation. I find this to be a historically bizarre proposition. Is there more misinformation and disinformation today than there was under feudalism? Is, at least from a secular perspective, is there more misinformation and disinformation today than there was in many of these countries and regions, a dominant national or hegemonic church or faith tradition? Is there more misinformation and disinformation today than, just to take a US example, than during World War I and World War II? I agree with what Ron said at the end of the last session, that I think there was much more agreement on the facts of, say, what was going on operationally during World War I or World War II within the United States. But the agreement was on facts that were false, because they were purposely disseminated by government censors and by media. I think there were good reasons to disseminate false information. But, so I just find as an empirical matter, the framing of the conversation is often strange. I want to float a different hypothesis, which then will lead finally to a jurisprudential or a legal suggestion. The different hypothesis is that we are not witnessing a empirical growth in misinformation and disinformation. I'm not really sure how you'd measure that across the centuries or even the decades. My intuition is that the reason why the problem of misinformation and disinformation has become so salient in recent years is because of growing intra-elite disagreement about what is true and false information. In other words, disagreement among legal, political, scientific, journalistic leaders about what is true and what is false. And relatedly, a decreasing ability of elite decision makers to convince the populations that they govern of what the true account is going to be. right? So the declining hegemony of elite actors and the inability of elite actors to coordinate on what they believe to be true or false. From this perspective, anxieties about misinformation and disinformation are more deeply anxieties about this, about that not even elites can agree on what is true and what is false. And then we externalize the problem. I'm not denying that there are external actors who are trying to disinform and have greater technological capacities than ever to do that. But the overall aggregate of disinformation, I'm not at all convinced that it is growing today than it was in the past. Maybe the sources are different. Finally, this brings me to the legal suggestion. Based on what I've heard from the various presentations and my own familiarity with kind of how courts try to carve out exceptions to our very strong First Amendment norms, I could imagine a very narrow kind of generic disinformation regulation, however it's implemented, whether by courts or administrative agencies or even by self-regulation, that might pass muster for legally and ideologically in a lot of the regimes we've heard about today. And that would be a regulation of disinformation that requires a showing of not just knowing dissemination of false information, but knowing dissemination of information that the disseminator believes to be false. In other words, something approaching like an actual malice standard in the defamation context. That would be much less offensive to many of the norms we've heard about from our various national and regional regimes, and it would be much less offensive to our First Amendment intuitions. But that does not seem to me to be a measure that most of the folks proposing, I don't mean the panelists, but most people who are calling for more regulation of disinformation and misinformation are that interested in. I'll just give one example from Aron's paper and one example from Bernat's paper. These are not their recommendations, but they're reporting what's going on the ground. So what kind of regulation would not pass muster on this restrictive standard, where you have to show that the disseminator of information believes the information they are disseminating is false? Well, that's going to knock out a lot of regulation of Holocaust revisionism or denial in the European context, because a number of Holocaust revisionists and denialists believe what they are saying is true. Similarly, an example from Aron's paper about COVID policing. It's an example of self-regulation, but I don't think the institution matters all that much. There, what the self-regulatory body, their definition of what would be a violation was knowingly disseminating false information about COVID. How was that information defined? With respect to the latest WHO pronouncements and other regulatory bodies, right? So there was an objective definition of falsity, regardless of whether the disseminators simply disagreed. Sometimes, I would say, we found out quite reasonably with certain WHO or certain CDC pronouncements. So I just wanted to float, what do you think about this, the prospects of a narrower targeting of disinformation? Would it fare better and resolve some of the other anxieties about censorship and the democratic construction of public opinion? And then also, what do you think about the hypothesis that we're kind of looking in the wrong, we're beginning with the wrong social theory about why we're so anxious about misinformation and disinformation today? Maybe we can start with Aron, and then.
You talked a lot, about very important issues. So, where can I start? So, first about the globalization of law. So, actually, I think we are affecting each other, very importantly. So, I said in Korea, fake news was popular, in 2017. So, why? Because the former President Donald Trump, said fake news in 2016 election. So that's why, the Korean politicians were so concerned about fake news. So they was so afraid of that. So the fake news might affect the presidential election. That's why the term fake news were popular in South Korea, and why the Korean National Assembly proposed such a lot of bills to fight against fake news because it was affected by the Germany, how can I say German enforcement, national, I forgot the name, Network Enforcement Act. So the Korean National Assembly tried to benchmark that kind of Germany law. So that's why they had imposed a lot of liability on digital platforms to monitor contents. So I want to emphasize that we are affecting very much a lot globally each other. So that is one important issue. Also, you are not sure about increasing disinformation. So we had a lot of disinformation and fake news in our history, especially in South Korea. We had dictatorship either in 1960s and 1970s because there were autocrat. And also the former president in 1960s tried to regulate false rumors to punish someone who criticized the government. So we already have a history of regulating false rumors. But I think that is not different from this situation, but the digital technology is totally different, changing the landmark situation. So I can say, more people are relying on YouTube to get information in South Korea. So especially even elderly people are not reading newspapers, are not watching broadcasting televisions. So elderly people are relying on YouTube to get some information that they can agree. So because they think the legacy media does not deliver information, important information, or just hiding something. So that's why elderly people are relying on YouTube a lot. So that kind of things, digital technology affects the increase of fake news. Also, deepfake issues we have. So I have things a lot to say about that, but later I'll talk about that.
Thank you.
Okay, great hypothesis. I try to add some remarks, and you can remind me if I forget something. I will for sure. First is about convergence. I think in the field of disinformation, this is just one question when we need to detect the convergence. And that's why I wanted to highlight it, because from a US perspective, it is sometimes missed out of this question. The convergence is interesting nowadays in the free speech doctrine. There is convergence. One, I don't want to go after this question because it would be a side section now, but for example, if you see the Facebook Oversight Board, an American company, and you could suppose that it works according to American standards, but it doesn't, because if you see the decisions of the US the board, it clearly uses European standards, so the balancing and the proportionality test, not the categorical approach. So the convergence is there. In the field of disinformation, you can see it regarding the direct intervention in political speech or public discourse. Yes. And you can see it about the standards, how to remove a false statement or information. But it is also important to see the differences, I would say. And the differences are still there, of course, and for sure. I mentioned the question of hate speech and human dignity, but in the question of the problem of disinformation, which is more important, is in Europe, we trust the state to some extent to regulate the structure of public discourse. Not every element of the public discourse, but some elements. It's traditional because the whole, this is the ground of the whole media regulation, that it is in the positive obligations, among the positive obligations of the state. In the US, I would say, or as I see, it is still the doctrine that the state should stay away and should stay out completely of the structure of public discourse, because that's the biggest problem if the state wants to step in and regulate anything. And it has consequences even in the question of disinformation. I think in Europe we can have some instruments to regulate the framework, the structure, even some technical questions, technicals from a European perspective, what to do with bots, for example. I would say that under the US doctrine, everything that's communicating is under the protection of freedom of speech. Not so much in the European approach, I think. Another important difference is regarding platforms, how to regulate them. András mentioned some important elements and factors in this, and the European doctrine can regulate, or according to the European doctrine, we can regulate platforms as the new structure of speech. I don't see this coming in the US doctrine, because in the US platforms are speakers, not the structures of speech, but speakers themselves. And this is a very different. And one additional thing, which is a big difference, and interestingly enough, it just turned upside down the whole question, which doctrine can do more with disinformation? If you see content moderation, in Europe, because of the doctrine of the horizontal effect of fundamental rights, it means that fundamental rights can be enforced not only against the state, but against private actors in some circumstances. And communication on social media platforms is just one situation where we can do it. The hands of the platforms are tied by the European doctrine of the horizontal effect of freedom of speech. They cannot do anything. They cannot do anything even with disinformation that they consider disinformation in self-regulation, because to some extent their hands are tied by fundamental rights standards in the European approach. In the US, they are free. Not politically. I mean, it can be a huge political debate what to do on the platform, but it's not a legal constitutional issue. So, and it's upside down, the situation. Self-regulation can work in this sense stronger if from a constitutional perspective in the US than in Europe, because maybe just one more thing. I think I agree with your hypothesis, or I agree with the remark that it is vague or obscure. Even the growth of this information is there, or we just feel it. I don't know. That's for sure that we feel it stronger and we feel it a bigger problem. But two remarks came into my mind. The first is that that is also sure that the corrective power of the public discourse could be stronger as well, because more speakers, okay, it depends on the structure, how to, and that's why we need to regulate it somehow, but beside the negative effects, we can also detect positive effects. Basically anyone could add something to the public discourse, and that's for sure that we don't see the balance between negative and because we cannot measure it. So it's an open question, as you mentioned, but we definitely feel it more pressing, more problematic. But I think this is because of the social problems around disinformation, which is the lack of trust, which is lack of trustworthy sources of information. It's also a problem with the legacy media, and it dates back even before social media platforms. Robert Post has a chapter in the book and conceptualized this as a epistemological authority, the loss of this authority, and I think that's a huge problem. And I don't see how it could be something that we could solve by legal means, to be honest.
Wonderful, Bernard. Thank you. Art, and then I will turn it over to folks both in the room, and Holly, will you let us know about questions coming from? Terrific. Art?
Great, thank you. All right, I think I am in agreement with you, Jeremy, about your hypothesis. I think, though I will say that growing intra-elite disagreement might be in part explained by one segment of the elite turning to a particular shade of populism, right? That might in part explain, though I do agree. And I think my own perspective on disinformation follows the tracks of scholars who think about it more from a participatory perspective. So that might be the structural difference that we have here. We always had people peddling disinformation because not historically, but just prior to the internet era, we had cable TV and talk radio, right? That's like some remote history that we have to remember. So that's definitely part of it, but maybe that participation angle is different. And to that, I think there's a role that platforms can play in that, especially in polarized societies, they are designed in a way that will basically make them cogs in a polarization machine. So there's different work from scholars in different disciplines that I think supports this. Professor Molly Crockett at Princeton, moral psychologist, does work that tries to show how content that goes viral on platforms is more likely to be content that appeals to moral emotional words, and it's particularly to moral outrage. And that's basically another, you can see how our particular type of polarization right now is built on moral outrage. And for the longest time, if you were appealing to moral outrage, your content would just do much better. And it didn't take much to, for at least to get on, to realize that was happening. So to that extent, I think you might have something that is a new problem, and this new problem where the polarization and the disagreement among elites is now is infesting the whole of society. And I think you might also look into unlikely places to see that. So I think to the extent that platforms are surfacing our identities in a way that's clearly meant, especially in polarized societies, when we're in a particular camp, will tell you immediately who you support. I think emphasizing our partisan identities is probably a way that will basically get more moral emotional content, more moral outrage, and that is very, very well correlated with misinformation, and we could probably assume also disinformation. To your legal suggestion, so I think there are two problems here. Let me try to be short. I think there are two problems. So you might say yes, but that's still a problem, and I would agree with you. I think you have a media regulation problem, right? So you have both a socio-political problem and a media regulation problem. You wouldn't want the media to just be broadcasting trash, right? We want to do something about that, and I think that's the situation we're in today. And the question really is, to me, whether the platforms should be made to be the trustworthy institutions that we hope broadcasters are, or we should be doing something else. And I would rather be doing something else, because it doesn't seem to me like a great idea that we turn to these companies who are the most powerful economic agents in in the entire world, and now additionally also give them the epistemical authority that we want broadcasters to have. And I know Professor Charlotte Garden has a piece that on getting about platform unions and getting workers to have more of a role in determining content ranking and content policies. And I think that's a very interesting approach, more structural approach. And so to the last point, I would just say to your legal suggestion, so that might be something that helps us with the media regulation part of it, not the social or political problem, because when confronted by the moderator, so the moderator fact-checked Trump immediately and said, actually the city manager said there's no credible reports that any immigrants were eating pets. And then Trump said, yeah, I know, but still, don't you think that that person is likely to be covering for their own mistakes as city managers? And I don't know that revised claim, if Trump says, I know that someone else has said this is false, but I actually have reason to believe that they are lying to you. That might be, it will be much harder for you to prosecute a case against them. And at the same time, that's the kind of claim that will drive polarization and get more worthless content or worthless speech out there. All right, so I think I'll stop there and happy to hear others.
Wonderful. So questions from in the room, or? Okay. So let's
online, and there are some questions. But I did just want to make one comment. There's a very interesting U.S. case that sort of speaks to some of the issues guys have been talking about, and it had to do with InfoWars. There's a whole series of cases in the United States that were brought against Alex Jones for peddling conspiracy theories related to a Sandy Hook massacre, which was many school children were gunned down in a mass shooting, and Sandy Hook, the InfoWars was saying it was a hoax. And at the end of these court decisions, there was one decision in particular we have in our database, and the court found very serious evidence of knowledge of falsity by the company. They had emails to prove that, and they also had emails to prove intent to spread those lies for profit, and hence they awarded enormous damages. So I think it was such an outrageous thing that was going on. It met that very high bar, and most of this doesn't, but it was still, I think, a very interesting case and instructive. So let me see. Get these. So here's the first one, and some of this has been addressed. I would appreciate it if you could ask about South Korea's approach. Is there anything special about it and Asia Pacific's approach to dealing with harmful and illegal lies overall? Should I do a couple of questions? Yeah. Okay, here's another one. To get panelists in conversation with one another, I'd like to pose the following question. Would the action taken by the Brazilian Supreme Court to block access to X across the country pass muster under the Council of Europe's human rights system and the European Court's jurisprudence in particular? No, here's the third one. Okay. Question for panelists. This is a question about the potential for regulation of platform design choices that allows the proliferation of mis or disinformation. This seems to be likely to be where the European Union will go, addressing addictive design of very large online platforms. What do the panelists think of this as an approach to disinformation, i.e. reducing its reach and therefore its harms? So we'll stop there for the moment.
Terrific. So we have a question on what is special about South Korea, either regionally or globally. Do you want to start with that, and then we'll...
Sure.
Thanks, Aaron.
So in my book chapter, I said, in South Korea, where freedom of speech does not hold the same prominent position as it does in the United States. So we have a freedom of speech. It is protected under our constitutional law, Article 21 protects freedom of speech and the press, but we try to balance freedom of speech with other rights. So that's why we have criminal defamation laws. So criminal defamation laws probably Japan has the criminal defamation laws. It punishes someone who deliver false expression and true expressions. If it harms someone's reputation, that'll be punished. So we already have laws like defamation. Also, we have a National Security Act, because national security is really important in my country, because as you know, our country is divided into North and South, so we already have strict laws. So I want to say we can utilize the current laws, the strict laws in South Korea, instead of making new laws just focusing on fake news. So I think that is the difference between our and other countries.
Terrific. So it sounds like the question about Brazilian actions with respect to X, would they have come out the same way in a European context? So maybe, I mean, Art and Bernard could take a swing at it if they wanted. But Art, why don't you kick us off with that?
Sure. So I think as preface, that those orders are kind of complicated. And so earlier today, Ron alluded to Justice Alexandre de Moraes having been appointed as an internet regulator for Brazil, informally, of course. This all started with an inquiry to a criminal inquiry that the court launched under an interpretation of its own bylaws that no one thought gave it that power to start a criminal inquiry. And they were concerned with defamation against members of the court, but particularly concerned with defamation and other statements that were actually, I think, allegedly creating personal safety questions for members of the court, and also broader democracy concerns. So on the basis of that inquiry, Justice Moraes has issued a number of orders. And those orders, they, I think, reflect what I told you before about our lack of free speech standards. So sometimes you might, so let's say, lawyers sometimes say you have, every exercising legal reasoning has a major premise and a minor premise. The major premise is what the law is, and the minor premise is what are the facts in this case as pertains to the law. So the major premise, you have a big problem in Brazil because we don't always know what the law is or should be. That's still being done. And it's very hard for Justice Moraes to be confronting those questions on the basis of that. Now, for the minor premise, it's obviously affected by the major, but oftentimes we don't have a lot of reasoning that tells us what particularly about a piece of content or of an account justified a particular order. In this case, in the X case, we actually do know more about it because it was not actually about disinformation, the orders that immediately led to X being banned. It was about accounts that the police reported to Justice Moraes on the basis of one of those inquiries were in the business of doxing, creating a doxing campaign against police officers themselves. So those were, and then the police asked Justice Moraes to issue takedown orders to protect the investigations. And those orders were issued under seal. And the orders are usually issued under seal. So it's very hard for us to understand, I think, to even understand if the orders are compliant with what Brazilian law has to say about it. All right, so it was non-compliance with particular orders that were not really about disinformation. They are about disinformation in the sense that these are the disinformation actors, but they are on this side quest or this related operation that they have where they're trying to threaten and dox police officers. So that's my preface. Maybe I can hear from others about how the situation would play out. Where the same situation how the same situation would have played out in EU or in South Korea.
Well, that does sound very institutionally and fact specific.
Yeah.
So I'm not, Bernard, if you have thoughts or are on, but I'm happy to go to the third question too. If
yes, I have thoughts on a more rather abstract level because I'm not familiar with all the details between the in the communication between the Brazilian authorities and X. But if you see or try to assess this whole process or issue by the standards of the ECHR. It can be a legitimate technical condition that the platform needs to have a legal representative. But, of course, proportionality is in the center of the protection of fundamental rights, and using restrictive means, and without knowing all the details, I would say that blocking the whole platform, given a lack of this legal representative in a situation, it can raise, for sure, huge proportionality questions. So on a rather abstract level, that would be my answer to this. And the third question regarding the recommender system of platforms, if I remember correctly. The EU regulation, the Digital Services Act, just tries to do this, to regulate this recommender system, the algorithms navigating our attention on the platform. This is certainly legitimate regulatory steps from the EU, and it can go beyond transparency, because the first step is transparency. First, we should know more about how these algorithms work, because basically we don't know anything about them. We just see the result, that the outcome is not something valuable in some cases for the whole society. And the EU regulation starts to put some burden on platforms to run these algorithms more for some social goods, for more diverse contents, or that could, I think that can be, we will see how this mitigation risk procedure can work in the future, but that can be a step to make trustworthy information sources more visible and accessible. By the way, Germany has some regulation already on this, as András writes about this in his chapter regarding national regulations. This can be a solution, and we just arrived back to the question, what trustworthy sources we have.
So it does seem to be that going after, whatever your perspective is on, whatever your social theory is about misinformation, information, going after something like certain algorithm modes of certain things that a platform does, right, that are considered to be denaturing individual users, right? Putting aside the issues that in the US you're treating platforms as speakers as opposed to structures, and that's a bar. But that does seem to get us around the problem of having to deal with the fact versus value distinction, or deal with the definition of falsity, intent, whatever. You know, just targeting how platforms are changing how people behave, right? Takes us one step away from the question of the content altogether. Aaron, is that something that has come up in the South Korean context? Just sort of talking about this. You talked about self-regulation, but
yeah, right.
Self-regulation could mean self-regulation with respect to the messaging on the platform versus self-regulation in terms of how the platforms are seeking to alter behavior.
How can I explain it? So I emphasize the importance of regulated self-regulations, not just the simple regulations. Also, I want to emphasize the well-designed regulated self-regulation. So I want to give you an example. Actually, several years ago, there was some problems of sexual deepfake issues in South Korea. So sexual deepfake images were distributed through Telegram, and the law was amended to give liability digital platforms to how can I say, submit the transparency report about how they are monitoring sexual crimes. So what happened after the amendment? The digital platform just submitted the transparent report, but the contents were very scant and poor. And also they underscored the crime numbers. So I think the government should provide a clear guideline for that kind of transparent or other self-regulations. It's just to give some liability for the digital platforms to do this or to do that. That is not enough. So well-designed self-regulation is needed, I think.
Great. Other questions?
Isn't the definition of disinformation that it is false information with the intent to deceive? If so, wouldn't Professor Kessler's suggestion about how to regulate disinformation already be in the definition itself? And then let me just scroll down here. I think there's another one. Oh my gosh, hold on. Here's one. I was also curious if there's an existing compendium of recent court cases that have compiled court decisions around disinformation-related cases. Well, yes, come to our website. We have some. How is the issue of disinformation being taught in law schools? Is this an emerging area of interest for law students? Is this Simone? Okay. First of all, thank you for the interesting discussion and the very contemporary research. My name is Simona Veleva, and I'm a member of the media regulator in Bulgaria. You mentioned it is also a media regulatory problem, and I completely agree. We face quite similar problems related to disinformation, not only in Bulgaria, but also in EU in general. My question is, do you think instruments such as the Digital Services Act and the new European Media Freedom Act are necessary in the United States as well? In this regard, the code of practice on disinformation is also intact. Do you think those instruments work effectively? And although they are very different, they show a general approach towards more regulation. What is your opinion of them?
So I'll very quickly just try to answer the first question since it was directed at my cheeky critique. I think I was trying to point out an ambiguity in the kind of common definition of disinformation and the question of who decides the element of falsity, right? So yes, if you have the definition says that disinformation is requires the intent to disseminate false information with the intent to deceive, if we took all of that and we took it rigorously, then yeah, that would satisfy my concern, right? Because then someone who believes themselves to be disseminating true information is going to have a safe harbor. But I think what we see in most discussions about disinformation and most proposals for regulation is it's understood that the question of truth or falsity will be outsourced to a third party, and then showing the intent to disseminate false information will be prima facie evidence of the intent to deceive. And I'm suggesting that in a social condition where there's widespread, not just popular versus elite disagreement about true information, but intra-elite disagreement about true information, that's a standard very liable to be abused and politicized itself. So I think there's an ambiguity in the definition that we should work out. Okay. Teaching law students how to do this, and then the further question about media regulation more specifically. Why don't we start with Art this time and work our way backward?
Sure. So is the DSA the way to go, and media regulation more broadly? I think, and the question on platform design, maybe I can take that because I didn't speak it, I'll tie it in here. So I think it is partially the way to go. If you agree with me that we shouldn't be in the business of recreating in the social media companies the authority that broadcasters have, that media companies have, then if you only do what the DSA is doing, you're essentially, I think, crowning social media companies as media companies, right? If that's your only game, you're just saying, you are the one who's going to do this. You're the one who's going to call the shots in governance, and we're going to have some oversight. In U.S., sometimes people, I think also in Brazil, sometimes people overestimate the extent to which the DSA goes beyond, or underestimate the extent to which the DSA relies on self-regulation and is a kind of oversight of self-regulation. So that, and that, to that extent, I think, if you're only doing that, I am concerned. I'm concerned for the state of a public sphere that's very economically concentrated. And with economic power comes political power. And when you concentrate those two, I would be very concerned. I think strategies that we don't have, so the point here being that we're basically recreating media regulation for social media. We don't have to do that. We can experiment with other kinds of regulation, and because social media are not broadcasters, you could try to think about something that's more participatory. That would be how I would think about it, and that goes to platform design as well, which I think is probably the most important part all of this. And then, teaching misinformation in law school. So I never taught First Amendment. The experience I have teaching, I would say, I don't know that it affects tremendously how you teach free speech law, or if you're trying to teach platform law, whatever that is, then it's a problem there, but maybe not the problem that you would use to guide your entire education. So those are my 2 cents.
Starting with this question, how or what to teach to law students, I think disinformation is a wonderful object or topic to teach, because it is very complex. It is a good topic to teach from clarifying the current doctrine, what it can help us and what it cannot do for the society, the current doctrine. It's a wonderful topic to speak about how to develop a doctrine if we want it. Want to do that, if the question whether or not we want to do that or not. And the third, I think, nice aspect of this, and I highlighted it multiple times, that it is also an object when we can talk with law students about the limits of law and turning to other social responsibility questions, and I think it is very important in all other questions of freedom of speech, but particularly with disinformation, to understand the dynamics between free speech doctrine and the social context and the social reality and problems. So I think it is a wonderful subject, even though we cannot tell our law students that they can solve this problem as lawyers.
Actually, I'm not teaching at law school. I'm teaching at School of Journalism and Communication. So always I say, journalism still matters, and fact-checking is important, and you should apply journalism principles to make online contents. Also, I'm emphasizing the importance of freedom of the press. And about the European perspective is actually, I visited the European Commission last month, so I had a meeting with the European Commission specialist, and I learned a lot about the European AI Act and DSA and European Media Freedom Act. And it was quite surprising to see the Media Freedom Act, because the act did not use the word journalist. The act used a media service provider, including journalists and such as YouTube creators who provide the public interest. So that kind of broadening, how can I say, broadening freedom of speech and the press is really important in our digital age. So I like First Amendment, but I think we should consider about that kind of different aspects of the freedom of speech in the digital age.
Yes, Ron?
So this question is directed to Jeremy, but the panel as a whole as well. Would you require harm to result from the intentional false speech associated with disinformation? I worry about U.S. v. Alvarez, which held the Stolen Valor Act unconstitutional, and if I remember Kennedy's opinion correctly, he said that you have to show some sort of harm in addition to falsity. And then I guess the question that arises is what harms count, and is electoral fraud or getting someone to cast a ballot in error the kind of fraud that as a normative matter should count, and as a predictive matter, would our Supreme Court make it count? And to our panelists from around the world, is harm simply presumed under these various regulatory schemes so that if speech is false, it's taken as a given that it's socially harmful and therefore can be regulated under the civil or criminal law? I also wonder if it's too little to just go after disinformation because of the repeater problem. So Donald Trump or J.D. Vance talk about the Springfield residents. They might be subject to liability, but someone retweets or re-X's or whatever one calls it these days, and they're innocent. They believe it to be true. It's the same problem with sort of revenge porn regulations. You can get the first person who knows there's no consent to the image, but as it's redisseminated by innocent parties, unless you're going to create a strict liability offense for the distribution of information that hasn't, or images that haven't been consented to being distributed, it gets very thorny. And I had a hypothetical under this question. So J.D. Vance says that his constituents, that a number of constituents called his office to complain about pets going missing. Would that be sufficient under your proposal to vitiate liability, or would a pretty plainly ersatz basis for sourcing the information not be enough to get out of liability under your proposal for disinformation?
Okay, so I do think there should probably be some element of harm, both because of concerns arising from Alvarez, and also I just think some kind of common law intuitions. I also think depending on what kind of cause of action we're talking about, you need to have it in there anyway for standing reasons potentially. But what I would say is, and we see this in a number of First Amendment contexts, I don't think, I mean, courts kind of formulate their own findings of harm a lot of the time. You know, they sort of, when they want to, they can speculate about society-wide or municipal-wide harms. So I think there should be a harm element, but I wouldn't be in favor of making that a very difficult burden to meet. With respect, could you just say the first part of the J.D. Vance example again? What does he say?
Senator Vance has said that a number of constituents contacted him to complain about pets going missing in Springfield, and his staff produced a single police report from someone who had a cat go missing but was found hiding in the basement.
Yeah, I mean, so my sense is and I'm thinking of Hawley's example of the InfoWars case, I think that if J.D. Vance or his staff, if J.D. Vance says he received some complaints, and there's no evidence that he didn't receive some complaints, or there's no evidence in this police report, yeah, I think this would totally upturn most of our First Amendment intuitions to say that what the government should be doing is going around investigating politicians for stretching the truth. That's why I kind of sometimes find some of these conversations a little bit baffling. I would not want to live in a society, and it would be a very different society than what I think we traditionally associate U.S. law with, if we were empowering both federal officials or state officials and private parties to even commence a lot of these investigations. So yeah, I think the standard should be very, very, very high for showing intent to disseminate knowingly false information.
Maybe one remark about harms. I would answer it on the ground of the current jurisprudence of the ECHR, the Strasbourg Court, because it is very clear, for the time being at least, that falsity in itself doesn't tell too much about the speech, and certainly is not enough for intervention or into the communication. And if you see the jurisprudence of the Strasbourg Court, it's clear that many more elements need to be adjudicated in order to regulate, to restrict speech. And one of these elements is harm. And it's very interesting. The ground for intervention or restriction, limitation on speech in this sense, or in this case, disinformation can be, at least in the Strasbourg Court jurisprudence, the protection of the rights of others. And in case of defamation, when rights of a specific individual is in play, then it's an easy and traditional ground for limitation. Disinformation can raise another legitimate aim, interpreting the rights of others in an abstract level, so the rights of voters for accurate information or the integrity of the election. And it appears, both appear in 2 or 3 of the reasonings of ECHR decisions, but they are never enough for justifying a restriction on speech. Currently, or for the time being, it is always the rights or the reputation of a specific person, a candidate in an election process, that can be a ground. Maybe it will develop, but currently it is crystal clear that a rather abstract interpretation of the rights of others, voters, or the integrity of the voting system or the election procedure is not enough.
Can I just ask a follow-up about that? Would that be different than, and again, I'm wading into waters that I really don't know about, but to the extent that something like obscenity is regulatable? Obscenity, you know, kind of extreme pornography or something. What is the kind of harm? Because I'm thinking of other forms of extreme speech that we regulate, where you often will not have, where the harm is understood, not necessarily be harm directed at a single party. And that's sort of what I was thinking of in answer to Ron's question, that in some categories of speech regulation, we're actually not too worried about whether you can identify a single particularized harm to a particular individual. Obviously, in defamation, we do worry about that. But so I was just wondering, are there examples of other kinds of speech regulation where courts are more comfortable in Europe identifying diffuse harms?
Maybe one important remark I wanted to add that, and it also affects this question of obscenity, that in the case of media law, this more abstract ground for limitation can work.
Yeah.
So, and I think it is also important in terms of with obscenity. For example, the rights of minors, children, which is protection of minors. It's a huge thing in European media law, and can justify a whole bunch of limitations.
And hate speech too, presumably.
And hate speech too, yes, of course. We already mentioned hate speech many times.
Art or Aaron?
So 2 questions, I think, or I don't know if you remember what the second question is. Let me see if I can address one. So I think in Brazil, the problem of assuming harm maybe manifests in a different way, which is, in Brazil we don't have any problems with judicially assessing the value of speech in a case-by-case basis. So if you have some reason to say that a particular online content is illegal, you wouldn't have really to, in order to overcome free speech protection objections, you wouldn't have to show any other harm other than it just being low-level speech or worthless speech. I'm not saying that I endorse that. I'm just saying that seems to be what the doctrine is in Brazil. Now, to your J.D. Vance hypothesis, so I think, I'm not sure, so it would depend on the tort, right, or criminal liability that he's facing, and I forget the name. There's a Supreme Court case about, because then you might have a scientific requirement for he being aware of factors that would make his speech likely to incite other people. It wouldn't be particularly it wouldn't be incitement, but say what is reasonable to assume might happen is if he keeps saying that, then some people in the Haitian community in Springfield, Ohio will suffer, right? And then can he answer for that? And I think that would depend obviously on the elements. But from a First Amendment perspective, you would probably, there's a case, I don't remember exactly, a Supreme Court case about a boycott, a black movement, and then
Claiborne.
Is that is that a criminal case, or there's a criminal case as well? No.
Injunction against the protest.
Yeah.
Racist merchants.
Right.
Small towns.
Isn't there a case where someone who was not complying with the boycott was lynched, and then there's a criminal?
If you go to those racist stores,
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
And that's Claiborne.
that's Claiborne.
Okay, it's great. So Claiborne might be the standard. You might need to prove more than just that he was aware that he was not telling the truth, but also that he was aware of circumstances that would lead to that kind of harm, I assume.
Okay, Aaron, I'm going to give you the last word on harm
yeah,
in
harm,
South Korea
yeah.
or anything else.
Okay, so it is really hard to define harm and how the harm can be regulated. So especially for hate speech, I know that there are different policies between Europe and America. So hate speech is strongly regulated in Europe because of historical background. But in America, hate speech is regulated only when it results in imminent law action, right? But in Korea, we do not have a hate speech law because we do not have that kind of history. Because our people have the similar skin tone and black hairs, so there was no kind of that issue. Also, we do not have any serious religion issues. But everything is changed now. Yeah, after 2000, so there are a lot of immigrants and foreign refugees in South Korea. So now we are suffering from that kind of hate speech issue. But the problem is that we do not know which one is better, the European policy or American style of hate speech regulation, which one is better. So yeah, it's always hard to decide which policy can be applied to my country. So I'm not sure this is correct answer for that, but just giving you some ideas to regulate that kind of harm.
Please join me in thanking these wonderful panelists, and thank you all for coming online and here.
No, thank you. I read your
Thank you, everyone. We're going to
Your
take a
chapter.
short break, and we will be back in 15 minutes at 3:45 for the next panel. Everybody, our final panel of the day will explore solutions from social groups, institutions, outside government. Our moderator is Costanza Shuba Canilia, and she is the Anti-Disinformation Strategy Lead at Wikimedia Foundation. She's responsible for coordinating across the Foundation on disinformation and for working with affiliates, governments, civil society organizations, and academia to advocate for effective policy responses to disinformation that support and protect free knowledge. She previously worked in journalism and public information at the United Nations in New York. She is affiliated with the Shorenstein Center at Harvard and is an editor and co-founder of the Harvard Kennedy School Misinformation Review. She regularly writes and speaks about disinformation and digital government. And just want to let the panelists know we have over 150 people joining online, and we've already started to get some questions in for this panel. So prepare yourselves. And at that point, I will now hand the floor to Costanza. Thank you.
Oh, okay. What about now? Yes, sounds like it's working. Okay. Okay. Hello, everyone. It's really a great pleasure to be here in this wonderful panel. I spent some time looking at the book. I really enjoyed the book and at the work of the panelists, so I'm really excited to be introducing this panel, and I also want to say it's an all-women panel, which is always appreciated. So without further ado, I will introduce the panelists and then open for opening remarks, and then we'll do a first round of questions and start to have a little bit of a conversation, hopefully, here. So I will start with Anya. Of course, you all know, as the director of the Technology, Media, and Communication Specialization at Columbia University School of International and Public Affairs. He's been teaching global media, innovation and human rights, rights on journalism and development, investigative reporting in the Global South. She published extensively over the last decade on the media in Africa. She has been focusing more recently on solutions to the problem of online disinformation, is the editor of Women in the Digital World, Global Muckraking, 100 years of investigative reporting from around the world, and African Muckraking, 75 years of investigative journalism from Africa. She is the editor of Media Capture, How Money, Digital Platform, and Governments Control the News. She works with economist Harris Mateen on the evaluation of news, and her work has been cited in The Atlantic, Financial Times, Los Angeles Times, New York Times, Washington Post, and many, many other publications. So, Hania, I will turn it on to you first for opening statement.
Sure. Is this working? Yeah, great. So really, congratulations to the editors and the authors of the book. I didn't have time to read all of it because it's so big, but what an incredible accomplishment. And I felt like each chapter that I looked at provided new information, new ideas. I mean, it's a little bit what happens, I think, since I'm not a lawyer, I automatically assume that lawyers are just really smart and, you know, have all these sort of ways around. Although I do feel that lawyers often just tell you why you can't do things. And what I liked about this book was that that wasn't what was happening. In fact, in each chapter that I looked at, there were sort of, you know, well, we could try this, or we could try that, or this is what another country is doing. So I thought that was super helpful. And I've been recommending the book all week. A lot of people have been asking me about it. So I think it's going to have a long shelf life and be really, really useful. Especially things, you know, chapters on Kenya, for example, and Korea. This is just not information that we usually get a lot of. So really comprehensive and interesting work. I guess, yeah, one of the things I'm known for is that after 2016, when everybody started to worry about online mis and disinformation, I was trying to figure out a way, you know, my students at SIPA just thought it wasn't a problem and that it was only stupid old people that didn't understand the internet and they were fine. And then I noticed by about 2018, 2019, maybe 2020, they were all starting to worry more. Probably 2019 was when they started to say, well, we don't know what's true and what's not, and we don't know what we should be looking at. And then they started telling me 2 years later, well, you know, my uncle watches Fox News and I can't talk to him anymore, and, you know, he's not getting vaccinated. So I felt like sort of knowledge and worry about the problem started to spread. And I was trying to, you know, and Andy and Michael Schudson, colleagues at the journalism school, I was trying to understand, well, what do we do about it? And so for teaching purposes, I came up with a super simple taxonomy which divides all the solutions into demand and supply. And it's ridiculously simple, and it doesn't really comport with like traditional media communication scholarship about media effects and media persuasion, but it worked. And so the demand side solutions are really the ones the Americans proposed. So stuff like it's your fault, just like you shouldn't eat junk food, you shouldn't smoke cigarettes, everything is up to the individual in this country. So really you should just take a media literacy class and stop forwarding stupid tweets. It's your problem. Or, you know, you should learn how to trust media and distinguish what is credible information. So in fact, now I have a class where each week we just do a solution. And so then the supply side, to me, were really two kinds of supply side, right? So there's blocking the bad stuff, and then there's funding the good stuff. And I feel like this book is in the sort of blocking the bad stuff part of the overall taxonomy. And what I find so fascinating about this book is that, you know, in the US, I mean, I was just talking to Ricardo about this, you know, there's this sort of argument all the time from the large tech companies that any blocking violates the First Amendment, you can't even consider it. And now we see all the academic capture, sorry, I hope I'm not going on too long, where, you know, they're funding all the conferences and they're funding the research and they're funding all of this stuff on their side. And what I thought was so inspiring about this book was that it was looking at alternatives to that argument. And again, I feel different conversation than we were all having, you know, 10 years ago or 8 years ago, where I was like, no, we can't regulate. You don't want companies to regulate. You don't want government to regulate. We just can't do anything. And so I thought the essays were really nuanced and interesting. I'll stop there because I don't want to take up time from everybody else.
Thank you so much. This is so interesting. I love the concept of the course as having a solution every class.
And a PowerPoint, so I can share them.
That's really interesting. I'll ask you more about it. And I also appreciate a lot what you said about the framing, even for policymakers, having changed a lot. I see this a lot even in my own work. I'll move it to you, Katie. So first, to introduce Katie Fallow, she is the senior counsel at the Knight First Amendment Institute at Columbia. She focuses on threats to free speech and free press in the digital age, particularly in the area of social media. She spearheads the Institute litigation concerning the government use of social media. She was one of the lead lawyers in the Institute groundbreaking case challenging President Trump blocking of people from his real Donald Trump Twitter account. That's, something. Fallow also won the first federal appellate case holding that public officials who use social media accounts for official purposes have created a public forum and might not block people from those virtual forums based on viewpoint. Fallow is also litigating the Institute challenges to regulation requiring individuals to provide their social media handles to the government for collection and surveillance. Fallow regularly appears in media to discuss the Institute litigation docket and comment on government regulation of public forums. Before joining the Knight Institute, she was a litigation partner at General Block in Washington, D.C. She was overseeing a Supreme Court landmark case of EMA versus Brown. holding that violent video games are protected speech. She also defended the Huffington Post and other news outlets against defamation claims. Wow, it's too many things to list.
It's fine.
Too many things to list.
Yeah, I know. I didn't look at it.
That is wonderful.
Thank you.
Most to you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, well, sorry, we should have I should have made sure to do the abbreviated version, but it does give a sort of a good background for how, like, both I personally approach this with the background in working on behalf of media companies and defending against defamation claims and also challenging government laws that restrict speech. And so coming from a litigation background of, you know, the First Amendment means you really can't ban a whole lot of speech, including speech that may be very harmful and very hurtful, but for various reasons and based on the principle of allowing, you know, all manner of speech and even false speech, that is important to self-democracy. And so that was sort of the background, and then I joined the Knight Institute, and as Costanza said, we have focused on protecting and strengthening free speech in the digital age, and sometimes this means challenging government action, but you know, partly because the focus of this panel is sort of non-governmental ways to address the issue of disinformation, and certainly the Knight Institute does look at the sort of speech ecosphere, you know, on a larger level, not just the government regulation impact, but how do the platform's own actions, among other things, affect the speech environment today. And so, you know, I was going to focus on sort of two basic areas where people are using either private litigation or civil society organization advocacy to try to counter disinformation. And the first one, which has gotten some press in recent years, and I think it's a sort of relatively recent phenomenon, is the use of defamation lawsuits to try and stem on the supply side disinformation, and particularly in the area arising out of the 2020 election and statements made by you know, the Stop the Steal and Trump supporters about that the election was stolen. And sort of one of the biggest defamation settlements occurred last year in April 2023 when Fox News agreed on the eve of trial. I mean, literally they were just about to start selecting a jury, that it was going to pay nearly $800 million to Dominion, which is a election machine manufacturer, based on Fox News's actions in airing a lot of these claims that Dominion software was fraudulent, that it was somehow being funded by people from Venezuela to commit and abet election fraud in the US. And Fox News aired a lot of people like Rudy Giuliani and Sidney Powell about claiming that there was all this widespread fraud, but also Fox anchors were making statements that there was all this fraud. And so Dominion sued, and what I thought was sort of surprising, particularly as a member of the sort of defending against defamation media bar, was that there was a lot of views where normally we would say, you know, we don't think people should be suing newspapers. We want to protect the right to report on public, you know, newsworthy events and to criticize public officials. But you had a lot of people saying, well, actually, in this case, they seem to meet the very high threshold for proving defamation liability. And some of that is probably partisanship on the part of some of the lawyers, maybe even myself to some extent. But if you actually looked at the claims made by Dominion and the evidence that they got out of discovery, the standard for defamation, if you're suing and you're a public figure, which Dominion was, is that you have to show constitutional actual malice, which is a very inapt phrase because it doesn't mean anything about maliciousness. What it means is that you knew when you, Fox News, aired something that it was false, or that you acted with reckless disregard for its falsity. And obviously, in many instances, people on the side of the media are saying you can't meet that threshold because you don't want to have allegations against journalists and news organizations that, oh, you published that and you reported on something that was newsworthy, like Giuliani is saying that this election was stolen or was fraudulently obtained, and you don't want to be held liable for that because that would chill important reporting and speech. But at the same time, they got all this evidence showing that Fox, well, I think there were two issues. One, showing that a lot of Fox anchors and executives actually knew it was false at the time or harbored deep doubts. So that actually is probably enough to go to a jury. And that they weren't, in many instances, they weren't reporting it in this sort of factual, neutral way, but rather sort of veering into endorsing it. But that can be a thin line. So anyway, there are other cases still pending. That case settled. I don't know if someone's done a study. It would be interesting to see how Fox News has been doing reporting since this. Normally if you have a business has a nearly $1 billion fine, you think, oh, they're going to be more careful. And I know people who work for, Wall Street Journal and other, newspapers, and they do a lot of pre-publication review and counseling. You don't want to say that if you don't know. So that would be an interesting study, but there is another case against Smartmatic, another voting manufacturer, machine manufacturer, that's actually going to go on trial. It's supposed to against Newsmax at the end of this month, so that'll be interesting to see what happens with that. And then the other thing that we have worked on at the Knight Institute has been not litigation, but sort of one idea to approach this, well, I don't know if it's the supply side or not, but is to look at the importance of journalists and researchers studying the social media platforms to determine how much disinformation is out there. Is it enabled by the algorithm? Basically just to get information and educate the public and maybe regulators. But there has been this concern because most of the social media platforms have policies that ban researchers from using like a fake account or gathering certain information. So it is against the platform's terms of service. And so that has the effect of chilling the ability of researchers because they're worried that they could have their accounts disabled, which has happened, or be sued for breach of contract, or even be prosecuted or sued under this federal law, the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. So the Knight Institute has issued a white paper on this, and we've also supported and drafted legislation that would create a safe harbor for researchers and journalists. So I also went long, but that's a view of what our work is.
I think we're supposed to go long.
Thank you so much.
By the way, I was just going to say, I think about that, and I think maybe it's a demand side, because we're hoping that if there's research and scholarship, people will change how they approach. But in all my many PowerPoints, it's kind of in the middle. So let me know once you decide.
And then Charlotte, I'll move to you. Charlotte is, of course, one of the editors of this volume and wrote a beautiful chapter that we will dive into. She joined the law school faculty of Minnesota School of Law in 2022. She specializes in, where she is the Julius Davis Professor. She specializes in labor law, employment law, and constitutional law. She works especially on intersection of workers' rights and the Constitution, and how the law supports or undermines worker power and voice. Her scholarship has appeared in several leading law reviews, including the University of Pennsylvania Law Review, Emory Law Journal, Boston University Law Review, and others. She also wrote a more general audiences on the Scottos blog and on labor. She published in 2019 with Cambridge University Press her volume, The Cambridge Handbook of U.S. Labor Law for the 21st Century. She is a co-author of two leading law case books, Modern Labor Law in the Private and Public Sectors, which shows later, Anne-Marie Lofazo, Richard Griffin, and Seth Harris, and Employment Law Cases and Material. Prior to coming to the University of Minnesota, she was a professor at Seattle University School of Law, She was the co-associate dean for research and faculty development there. She was also previously a visiting professor at the University of Alabama School of Law. And so I'll pass it on to you.
Great, thank you for that. Well, let me just first thank Holly and Global Freedom of Expression for the vastly enormous amount of work that you all did pulling this together. You know, the reason things have run smoothly today is Holly and her team, so thank you so much. So I thought I'd maybe situate so when the book comes out, and you all buy it or get it from your libraries, you'll see the last section is on civil society and tackling disinformation. So there's sort of, I think, an understandable focus among legal scholars on what law can and can't do about democracy corroding misinformation. But the last couple chapters in the book, mine and one other, consider kind of questions that are a step removed from that. So what can civil society do to resist misinformation, and how does law inhibit or enhance that work? So Vicki Jackson's chapter focuses on what she calls knowledge institutions, especially universities. She argues that institutions that produce knowledge are sort of social intermediaries that can be focal points for collective action and also serve a protective role for their constituents. And then discusses sort of tensions between academic freedom norms and U.S. constitutional law that exist because U.S. constitutional law doesn't account for the place of institutions in scaffolding a constitutional democracy. And then my chapter focuses on labor unions, which, perhaps aren't always the first to mind when one thinks about misinformation and institutions that resist misinformation, but which I think maybe should. First, at a general level, political science and sociologists suggest that unions just generally strengthen American democracy. They help reduce economic inequality, which is important because economic inequality then undermines social trust and integration. Unions increase workers' abilities to have their voices heard and their preferred policies enacted. And that looks like, sort of what you might expect. Organizing voter outreach and lobbying efforts, running programs to train members to run for political office, and also just, sort of bread and butter type issues, negotiating contracts that mean that workers only have to work one job and that job occurs on a predictable schedule, and that means that you can, go to a protest or go out and vote. So at the most general level, right, the idea is that by making workplaces less autocratic, unions give workers a sense of their own efficacy and empowerment. So that's sort of democracy in general, but what about misinformation specifically? Unions respond to, encounter and respond to misinformation, including political misinformation, in the course of representing their members all the time. Unions have long seen political education and empowerment as part of their role, and they accomplish that through both kind of member-to-member communications, conversations, but also sort of mass media style, right? Sometimes through their own newspapers, sometimes through radio, for example. And then, in addition to that, right, there's a special role, I think, for unions of knowledge workers. My chapter focuses on unions of journalists, but I think there's a similar story to tell about unions of educators or librarians or scientists. So if you followed teacher strikes in the US over the last several years, you've probably heard the slogan that teachers' working conditions are your children's learning conditions. It's maybe less catchy to say that journalists' working conditions are the public's news reading conditions, but that is also true. And for the last decade, we've seen a huge wave of new organizing among journalists, starting with digital outlets like Gawker in 2015, but also reaching legacy outlets like the LA Times. And, you know, of course, every one of those organizing efforts has its own kind of specific context, but the difficult economic environment for journalism is, I think, a large part of the overarching picture. You know, plummeting advertising revenue has put, you know, hundreds, thousands of newspapers out of business over the last 2 decades, and others have undertaken massive layoffs and cut important functions like copy editing. So where journalists' unions reach agreements with news outlets, they often include terms that are specific to mis and disinformation and to maintaining professional standards, to use a phrase that Professor Tooker used earlier today. Let's see, what do? So one thing they do is just like generally raise wages. So of course it is important that if you want people who do not come from generational wealth to become journalists, that the profession pay them a living wage. And, you know, a sort of increased diversity among journalists is important to the broad legitimacy of the profession and its output. They also contain terms that relate to the integrity of journalists' work. So new contracts sometimes very specifically confront sort of today's challenges. So the contract between the Guardian US and its journalists union specifically protects journalists against discipline resulting from things people say on social media. Specifically protecting journalists against sort of brigading, right? Online criticism that an objective story is unbalanced or fake. Some contracts do things like create labor management committees on journalistic independence. Lots of contracts do things like say a journalist can withdraw their byline from a story if they object to the way it's been edited. So I expect that, you know, we will see an increasing sort of number of, journalist contracts will take this on in increasing specific ways, and will start to do things like adapt to or account for AI, right? Much like the Writers Guild contract did last cycle. So this is, you know, partially an optimistic story, or at least it's not like an entirely pessimistic one. But I'm not sure really any like U.S. labor union story can be entirely optimistic. So, you know, Ron mentioned earlier, U.S. Union density in the private sector has been hovering around 6% for a long time. U.S. labor law gives employers tools to resist unionization, to stall on reaching a contract, sometimes basically forever. On the other hand, right, journalists more likely have the ability to impose collective pressure on their employers, right, often more so than other types of workers. You know, a strike in news disrupts a just-in-time industry, right? There's nothing, you know, more worthless than yesterday's news. Journalists, of course, also have, you know, individual platforms a lot of the time to communicate with the public about what is going on. I'll close by just noting that the First Amendment plays a pretty complex role here. On one hand, obviously journalists and news outlets rely on the First Amendment to do their jobs. On the other hand, news outlets have been asserting First Amendment rights to resist the application of labor law to them since the very first days of the Labor Relations Act. Mostly, but not entirely, without success.
Thank you so much. Before we move on to more questions, I want to ask if any one of you wants to respond to some of the points that have been raised.
Well, I'm just curious to know how you both see this whole problem of large language models and generative AI using journalist content and not paying for it, because that's clearly going to affect the future of journalism. Have you, either of you?
Yeah, you know, I'm not sure what to do about it, but yeah, I think it's an enormous problem that you know, news outlets will say, you know, we're going to stay in business, we're going to lay off most of our working reporters, and we're going to use AI to generate stories, which will be like 20% nonsense, right? Yeah. I mean, it just increases the crisis of, you know, of the crisis facing journalists. Yeah. You know, I mean, I think maybe my optimistic story, right, is the sort of Writers Guild type story, right, where, you know, the LA Times, the Washington Post, and the New York Times and other outlets like negotiate very specific guidelines governing how, if and how, AI will be used in newsrooms. It doesn't solve the problem of sort of sites that look similar, right, to those sites, but that contain AI-generated stories or other nonsense.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's extremely troubling in the sense, and I actually don't know what the status is. I know that New York Times has sued ChatGPT, I believe, for using a lot of its materials as training on the LLMs, and they've provided all these examples where it's directly from an article. I used to work in copyright law. I haven't worked on that more recently, but I think there might be, there's just a question of like, has it been sufficiently transformed such that it's fair use? It doesn't seem to me to be fair use, but I don't know. I think it's a tricky question, and I do think it'll be interesting to see both through litigation. Sometimes you have these new disruptive technologies come along, and if you think of like file sharing services, Napster, et cetera, and there was a beginning of like, how does this fit into our existing legal doctrines? There's a lot of copyright lawsuits, and eventually they struck deals, so, but as you said, that doesn't account for people who are just using, ChatGPT and the millions of, or any other kind of AI sources. So I think it's,
yeah, and I feel like in other parts of the world, this idea of fair use isn't really accepted. I think the French competition authorities have just fined again, I think, Google and then OpenAI. I think they've had 5 actions in the last few years.
Okay.
And I know in Brazil, it's been a huge thing where I spoke with the head of the journalism union, Marcel Resch, right, who said it's just like a burglar going into our house and taking everything. So, yeah, so I don't know. So when you talk about journalism contracts and working conditions, if there's no income left because everything's been stolen, I don't even know what's going to happen to the journalism profession. Yeah, that's a supply side problem. Right?
Yeah, I think copyright law will have to change to adapt to this new reality a lot, right? So Charlotte, I would like to stay with you for a moment. I really find fascinating this idea, this role of unions, which I admit I haven't seen explored so much in relation to anti-disinformation, and I think it's really particularly interesting coming from a US scholar. I am originally from Europe, from Italy, so a place where unions have very different traditions, I think, of unions, right, in the US and in Europe, so I found it fascinating. So I wanted to ask you, in the chapter you also make kind of a comparison, or you say that especially journalistic union have kind of a double anti-disinformation role, both as unions but also as journalists. So how do you see this dynamic playing, and then if you want to expand more on the role of civil society?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I think the thing I think that is significant about sort of knowledge workers who come to a workplace with a set of specific skills which may be somewhat different than how management conceives of what they ought to be, what workers ought to be doing on a day-to-day basis. They come with their own kind of expertise about different, reporting in different contexts, for example. Usefully and sort of need a way to channel what they know, or could usefully use a channel to convey what they know to management and kind of reduce it to a written document that can be relied on. Ideally, before a problem arises, right? So, I mentioned the kind of complex role of the First Amendment, it's not uncommon to see journalism contracts that contain guidelines about sort of editorial type issues, right? So, we're going to have a committee to hash out editorial issues or the withholding your byline thing. But where a problem arises in which journalists believe that the kind of wall between editorial and news has been breached, and that drives unionization, then employers have, news employers have like a specific incentive to resist negotiating that point, and have been somewhat successful raising First Amendment claims there. So the kind of like just-in-time collective action response is less effective than a collective response that sort of starts earlier on, right? An employer is happier to agree to a policy that protects journalistic independence when there's not a problem, because that's free, right, in the absence of a problem, right? Yeah. And if that can be part of a contract that makes it easier to negotiate the financial issues, right, that will seem appealing to the employer. We might say a similar, scientists at the EPA, we're obviously like very concerned about scientific independence during the Trump administration. In the early days of the Biden administration, the EPA administrator put in, a policy to protect scientific independence. However, EPA scientists also just negotiated their own slightly different version of that, this is the official policy of the EPA, right? Pro-scientific sort of independence, so they're willing to do that. And then the contract will last, presumably sort of 3 years or so, and then be part of the basis for the next round of negotiations. So, I would say that when people come into an organization with their own sense of like, here's what the norms ought to be. Especially when that is sort of a generally shared set of norms because that's what they learn in their program in higher ed or whatever, that if those folks can be can begin to sort of think of themselves as workers who might have different interests than management at some point, that is sort of the key point where kind of collective action or like a unionization strategy could make sense.
That's fascinating. Do you want to comment?
Well, the only thing I would say is actually, as you were talking about that, I was thinking about, at least with some of the documents in the Fox News Dominion lawsuit, you did see some difference between the people on the news side who, the Fox News has been a news site for a long time, and they have a lot of new journalists who don't think of themselves as biased opinion makers, but that they're reporting the news. And there was some pushback between them and then on the executive. So if they had more power, I don't know whether, I assume they're not unionized, but yeah, so probably not. But yeah, to have a way to be protected through contract to speak out about, if they're disseminating falsehoods. But.
Very interesting. Okay. Anya, I would like to move back to you and to the taxonomy of solutions that you talked about, which is really interesting. You have already given an explanation of how you thought about the difference, but you also go into different kind of regulatory responses, policy responses into it as well. I think I'll make a little digression. This week at the UN, the Global Digital Compact is going to come to fruition, and I think that a lot of those tensions that you described were at play during the negotiations, right? Like different visions of how do we go about regulating digital, regulating tech, and also related to disinformation. So can you tell us a little more about that part?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely don't feel like I've paid enough attention to the Global Digital Compact, and I'm not sure why. Maybe because I feel like there's already so much skepticism about it.
Yeah, sorry, I did not mean to make the conversation about that.
Yeah, but I would like to learn more. Do you want
to
talk more about it?
Oh, no. I just meant that those three types of regulation I think have played a role, and so I would like to talk about like these different visions and different solutions to disinformation.
But anyway, I was hoping you would talk about the Global Digital Compact because I would definitely like to know more about what's happening. So I guess, again, I'm not a lawyer, but I really enjoyed Anu Bradford's book about digital empires, and again, taxonomy. She sort of said there's three ways, right? There's the American way of no regulation, regulation. There's sort of China, the super heavy-handed. And by the time you finish this book, you're like, well, obviously the Digital Services Act is the only option, flawed though it is.
Yeah.
So I find that very interesting. And it's the usual story that in Europe, people love to criticize the Digital Services Act and say it's not being properly implemented and that governments haven't put enough resources into it. But I think it's the only option. I think it's the only model we've got. I know Brazil has obviously looked at doing something similar. And I also feel, and I'd love to know what the lawyers think, but I guess I a little bit feel that regulation is sort of a nudge. It's really hard to take on these companies, but at least regulation kind of says, hey, you've got to do it or you might get sued or you might get fined. And I just finished a book chapter with a Brazilian co-author, Felipe Laurentzen, about my particular passion is the bargaining codes, which was getting Google and Facebook to pay for news. And they have succeeded in killing those laws basically everywhere in the world. And we've just written a book chapter about the different tactics that they use. And it's completely the usual American corporate playbook of, putting out disinformation and misinformation about these laws, hiring government regulators, lobbying, buying off some people. And I met some Indonesian publishers recently because they've got the framework for this. And they said, okay, this is very funny. I'm so not a lawyer, but you know how in New York, if you get divorced, the first thing you do is you go to all the top divorce lawyers so your wife can't hire them. Right? This is what Google has done in Jakarta, apparently. So the Indonesian said to me, we can't find a lawyer now because Google has interviewed, the top 6 firms.
Oh, wow.
So this is the kind of thing they're doing. Luckily, I went to Australia and I met some really sharp lawyers and they were like, no problem, we will take care of this. Just introduce them, we've got names. But these are the kinds of things. And in Malaysia 2 weeks ago, Google just made an agreement with a bunch of publishers. And in Central America, they're giving people like $20,000 a year and trying to forestall the regulation. I mean, there's so many things. So I do think that these companies are super powerful and I'm kind of admitting defeat. I mean, I've been looking at bargaining codes for 4 years and kind of hoping that they would spread. And, I think I've lost that battle totally, but I still think we can't give up on regulation. And this is what I say, Meta, as you know, dropped news in Canada. So everywhere I go, regulators are terrified, Australia, South Africa, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm like, you have a problem because they will exercise their power. So then what do we do as regulators? Do we just say, can't do anything, I give up? Or do you keep trying to push? So that's another reason I really like the book, because I feel like you're still trying to push. And of course, that's exactly what the Knight First Amendment Institute does. You're so creative about the strategic litigation and always coming up with cool new lawsuits to get on the front page of the New York Times. Someone goes, wow. Last night I was with Camille Francois and Jamil, and she was like, he's keeping us all out of jail. And I was like, I know, they're wonderful. We love them. Yeah, so.
Well, thank you.
Kitty, Charlotte, would you like to comment on that or respond to that?
Well, I guess so you talked about, your students agreeing that this is a problem and then getting together and discuss solutions and the need to still push. Like, where do you see as the most promising place to push?
Oh, well, I think each country, I mean, again, you're the experts, but it's clear that each country is choosing a different path, right? So I think as much as we can, push the legal regimes, but lots of places aren't going to do them or aren't going to do them in the way that we want,
I mean, I just think from our perspective, to some extent, as I think was mentioned in the last panel, under First Amendment law in the United States, it would be very difficult to pass a law that directly regulated disinformation.
Of course.
And some of that may be bad from a normative standpoint, but some of it, I would propose, also actually serves good values in terms of allowing for a lot of free speech and not chilling speech if it were, turned around to be used against people that you're sympathetic with. At the same time, I think people often they realize, oh, this won't fly under the law as a regulation in the U.S. So they look to the EU because obviously there's such a powerful, market that it does have an impact on the platforms. And, actually when I was working at the Federal Trade Commission with consumer protection laws, and they were like, this was in, I don't know, early 2010s, they don't have a lot of authority to go after a lot of the practices of the platforms in terms of, how they're treating their customers, but they would look to EU, or at least they were interested in following, what are they doing? And I do think from the Institute's standpoint, so maybe direct regulation, either we wouldn't be in favor of it or we thought it wouldn't, wouldn't withstand First Amendment scrutiny, but there can be other things like transparency, like enabling researchers and journalists to be able to study the platforms and putting pressure in other ways, or like a privacy law. I mean, that would be, that's not disinformation, but in terms of ways to sort of regulate the platform, so.
Well, that's what, part of why this book is so great, is because it's brimming with good ideas of things that can be tried. Yeah. Transparency, et cetera.
Yeah, for sure.
Do we have audience questions, or do you have some?
I had a last question for Katie, and then maybe we open to the question. I just, I was interested in what you were saying about the strategic litigations, and also the fact that they can be both used against journalists and then used also to protect them in a way. So I wanted to hear more about this. I also, I was earlier this week on a panel with Alex Hebdo, and he was saying, 2 panels earlier this week.
Oh, really? Yeah, he said he's been on 4 panels this week, so 2 of them with you.
Yes. Was one of them, okay. Well, I was listening to it. So anyway, and he was saying that it used to say to journalists, don't worry about it. You're not going to be sued for this thing or this thing because it's too much, and they're not going to take it on. And that it has become increasingly worse, and more lawsuits have come. So I wanted to, explore a little bit more of like how your work has changed. And how strategic litigation is used in 2 ways.
Yeah, I mean, I think particularly with defamation law, again, I don't know if there's an empirical analysis of whether it's been used more successfully against journalists recently, but I do know some empirical research because, so the New York Times v. Sullivan standard, which established the actual malice standard, which says that if you're a public official or a public figure and you're suing someone for defamation, you have to meet this very high bar. It's much higher than if you're just suing, if you're just a private individual, and it's higher than other tort claims. And that has provided a lot of protection that I think the news industry and the media companies really value, and researchers and speakers in general, because you feel like you can speak without fear of these crippling lawsuits. And in many ways, this standard has been interpreted by the courts thus far pretty robustly, so that, if you are sued and you're a small newspaper, you can often get the complaint dismissed very quickly, where you don't have to really pay for a ton of legal discovery, which can really rack up. On the other hand, it has always been the case that if you don't get the case dismissed quickly under this actual malice standard, discovery and legal proceedings can cost millions of dollars. And in the past, let's say 10 years, you have seen instances of powerful figures funding, or either funding or directly suing news outlets like Gawker. And Gawker was funded, someone sued Gawker.
Peter Thiel, right?
Yeah, and it was funded by Peter Thiel because he was mad at Gawker. And it put Gawker out of business. And this was a news organization that some people thought should be put out of business, but it has a lot of really good journalists who are now at many major outlets. And then there was a case in the Representative Devin Nunes, who was a member of Congress. He's now on Donald Trump. He runs Truth Social now, and he sued both a bunch of newspapers like Washington Post, et cetera, but also Twitter users, individual Twitter users, who had criticized him. And he filed many lawsuits. They were all, I think, I think they've mostly all been dismissed, if not all have been dismissed. But it did impose significant costs. And for the individuals, they don't have the money to defend. I did actually help one of our plaintiffs in another lawsuit was sued by Devin Nunes in West Virginia. And, I put her in touch with the ACLU, but this is like a real thing, and it can really hurt either small individuals or small newspapers, nonprofit newspapers that have had to litigate for so long. And even if they eventually win, they could be put out of business. So that's the negative side. And I would say, in terms of the empirical, what I was just going to make that point is that there has been increasing criticism, which is kind of, I think, ironic, but we'll see, from people on the right, particularly Justice Thomas and Justice Gorsuch, criticizing the New York Times v. Sullivan standard and saying it should be revisited and that there should be a much lower standard of liability. And of course, by Donald Trump, too, has criticized it. And so in response to, essentially people like Thomas and Gorsuch have said, this standard is so high that no one is ever going to win, and it means people can spread lies without, with impunity. But then you see, right after they say this, Fox News paying almost $800 million. So they might change their tune, I don't know. But in response to that, one organization put out a study and said that actually people still do prevail in defamation claims. It's not that they don't ever do it. They just, it is a little harder, but that's a good thing, essentially.
Do you want to comment on that, or otherwise we can open to the questions?
You're in charge.
No, I want to give you a... No. Okay. Haley, do we have questions?
So my question is about how civil society groups and regulatory agencies can develop better models for self and co-regulation, and that emerging norms and practices do the panelists see that will help inform and shape the evolving space of information integrity?
That is a pretty complex question. I don't know who wants to take it.
I mean, I'm sort of going to be a little bit of a broken record, but about this safe harbor for the journalists and the and researchers, or anyone who wants to research disinformation or other things, hate speech on the, I mean, you can't, in the United States, the government cannot restrict hate speech. It's protected speech. But if people are concerned about it, at least you could have researchers or journalists looking into it, and they are, to some extent they can, but they are hampered by this fear of liability. So, what we did as a nonprofit was to both draft potential, suggested legislation, and then not exactly what we proposed, but something along those lines has now been introduced by Senator Coons and others, and it essentially says that if you want to do a study of a social media platform, I mean, this is the draft legislation, says that you would basically apply to the National Science Foundation, and if you get approval of it, then the platform has to allow you to do things, and you do it in a way that protects the privacy of the users, et cetera, but that is a way for both kind of collaborative efforts between civil society and the government.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's so much collaboration at the moment between regulators and civil society. And, there's been, I love Terry Flu's book, by the way, because he has really great charts of like all the different co-regulatory initiatives around the world, and, or mostly, I guess, in Europe. But I do feel like there's been a lot of conversation and a lot of back and forth where, with all the codes of conduct, codes of practice. I mean, the EU kept calling in the platform saying, why don't you try this, the trusted flagger. So I feel like there were kind of years of those discussions, and still are, I mean, they're so, as we keep saying, they're so huge, you can't really, you have to have them involved in all of these conversations.
Yeah, for sure. And in a way, even too many, maybe, like, they need to kind of consolidate somehow.
That's interesting,
We have a question from the room?
I have one more for online.
Okay, one more from online.
My question is to Katie. Hello. The Knight Institute has several cases against Donald Trump for blocking criticism of his X account. Is the argument for the account being a public forum, is that valid when we have running candidates? Further, a comment for something Katie said. The new DSA imposes obligation for VLOPs, VLOPs, and VLOSs for providing information for research purposes. You can try this way. Under Article 40 of the Digital Services Act, DSA, vetted researchers will be able to request data from the very large online platforms and search engines to conduct research on systemic risks in the EU.
Okay, well, there was some acronyms in there that I'm not entirely familiar with. But anyway, that sounds great in the sense of as a good alternative to the US, at least until, if we can adopt something like that. But I do think things like that could provide information about the platforms, and maybe you're doing the research in the EU. But because you would still, if you were doing it here, be potentially liable under these other laws. But in terms of on the public forum, yes, the theory in our lawsuit against Trump, when he was president, it was based on the fact that he was president and he was using his account for official purposes, and that if you run a government-run social media account, you're bound by the First Amendment. And the theory is that the comment section, where everybody can reply to you and talk to each other, that operates as a public forum. And under longstanding First Amendment law, if it's a public forum, you can't block people based on viewpoint. And now he's no longer the president, at least for now. If you're a candidate and you're not a public official, then it doesn't apply because you're not bound by the First Amendment in that way. But if you were to be reelected and become the president again, then it would apply.
Question?
Very quick.
Good. Why quick?
First of all, thank you so much, Anya and Holly, for inviting me to be here. And two quick comments. I'd say, please, do observe carefully what's happening in Brazil.
Yes.
Invite more Brazilians to come to... I don't know if you are aware, but in Brazil, WhatsApp is much more than a messaging system. It became a really social network through groups and communities. And it's a huge source of fake news and disinformation. Just a quick comment. I'm sure you are familiar, but I'm proud to be part of a non-profit organization of lawyers supported by philanthropy and donations. And we defend freelancers and small newspapers. Organizations that don't have resources to defend their journalists in the courts. And we've been doing very well, and we are happy to be able to get more and more support from donations and philanthropy. So it's a very interesting experience, but that's what I want to underline. Thanks so much.
But can't you tell us a bit about what's happening with X in Brazil?
Elon Musk challenged the Brazilian Supreme Court publicly, and the Brazilian Supreme Court suspended the X. It happened 10 days ago, but yesterday the Supreme Court discovered that X was doing some things to bypass the. I'm not 100% up to date about today, but this is huge. It's a crazy situation. What Elon Musk said publicly, no comments about. And just to finalize, I've been talking very much with Anya about that. I think we must observe more the private side of everything. We've been, as journalists and academics, we've been focusing the public interest. But I think in this fight, in this journey we are having, we must focus a little bit more the private interests, generally speaking. I think this is the important side of everything. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for this example. It's really interesting.
Incredible
Also this,
what the Supreme Court is doing.
Yeah.
Such a contrast.
We have demands almost every day.
Yeah.
Freelancers, small newspapers. It's amazing.
Yeah, and also Brazil is such an interesting contrast to the U.S. because they had their own version of January 6th, and they actually did something about it. Yeah. And now the Supreme Court is so active, and they banned Bolsonaro from running, whereas we just didn't really have that response.
And the big techs made a strong lobby on our to post regulations. They don't deny it, but they postpone. They are succeeding in postponing.
Totally. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I think I prefer the problems of a regulation than the problems of zero regulation.
Oh, that's so
There's
interesting.
no paradise.
Yeah.
But I really prefer the problems of a certain regulation.
I will just, I agree. I mean, personally, I really don't care for Elon Musk, and I went off of Twitter. However, I'm torn between in the example of Brazil, because on one hand, I think, he clearly is flouting the law and, sort of demonstrating this sort of view of I'm not subject to anybody. On the other hand, if Bolsonaro were the president and it was his Supreme Court and he told Elon Musk to shut down X unless he took down liberal voices or opposing voices, I would have a real problem with that. So I feel like it's really hard to have one Supreme Court justice or a few making these determinations. Again, you want to fight disinformation, but when disinformation means different things to people, sometimes it means what the other side is. I don't know. It's just, I think it's a really,
Although don't forget, if Bolsonaro became president, everything would be so awful, it wouldn't just be the Supreme Court. Like, they would find another, I mean, that's what we learned here with Trump, right? It didn't matter what your laws were, because they're going to do something anyway.
Fake news and disinformation became a good business.
Oh, yes, yes.
That's the point.
Yeah, the economic side is understudied.
well, that's what
for sure.
Fox News, I mean, I mean, sorry, I'm not going to say it's fake news, but it has been a big business for, reporting on those kinds of things.
Great.
Yeah, thank you very much for a wonderful panel. I'm Louis-Philippe Lampron. I'm a human rights professor from Université Laval, Quebec City. I'm working on freedom of speech. I'm a huge fan of the Knight First Amendment Institute and jurisprudence. I would have a question for that. I was also president of my union and we went on strike, so I was really inspired for the idea that unions may be catharsis to fight to tackle disinformation. And I'm from Canada, so we are standing alone right now against Facebook. So when we're talking about collaboration, maybe if other states were jumping in, maybe the game of tug of war would have another ending. But for the moment, there's no news on Facebook available because Canada is a small player compared to Facebook. So that's the situation right now. But for the moment, the jurisprudence of Knight Institute for Free Speech hasn't crossed the border yet officially. There would be arguments that it may apply for Canadian freedom of speech as well. And so the fact that politicians and public officials decide to use social network makes that a public forum that, from my perspective, would apply in Canadian jurisprudence, but it hasn't been confirmed yet by any tribunal. But for the moment, we are having, because of the transformation of public discourse on X since Elon Musk took over, and there's a lot of hate and there's a lot of insults, we have the mayor of Montreal who just decided to block any comments, not to filter those comments, but just to close the possibility to comment. So I was wondering if it's something that would be relevant or acceptable, considering the Knight decision of the Court of Appeal.
Yeah, thank you. And I will say our executive director is from Canada, so and clerked on the Canadian Supreme Court. So I'm sure he has a true interest in Canada as well. So the one thing is, if you were to turn off comments in terms of public forum doctrine, the public forum doctrine says if the government owns property or controls an account and opens it up for speech by members of the public, then it can be a public forum. However, you don't have to make it available, and you can close it down. So in theory, if Trump had just turned off all comments, which I don't know you can really do on Twitter, but on Facebook you could, you probably wouldn't have a claim. He could, and there could be an argument of, well, that's bad. You don't want to have less speech. And in fact, we have a separate case where we just won, where the National Institutes of Health was banning they're using keywords to say on their Facebook account, you can't post any comment that contains certain words that are used by animal activists, because animal activists were criticizing the NIH's involvement in animal testing. And so one of the things they were arguing is, well, we don't want this to be overrun by just animal critics, and so the alternative is just for us to shut all comments down, and wouldn't that be bad? And, you know, our argument is you don't have to do it that way. You could just allow these comments and impose, you know, like maybe a limit on number of comments. There are other ways where you're not just singling out disfavored viewpoints. But anyway, I do think it's interesting, the difference with Canadian, because I happened to talk with a person who was a local government official from Canada, and they were saying if you have an open meeting and you've been banned from speaking in that because you've violated, you know, the terms of some open meeting, you don't have a right to go back in the next time. You have to ask for permission, and that's very different, I think, from the U.S. So.
That's very interesting. Are there any other questions? No? If not, maybe I have another question for all of you. So what we've talked about solutions a lot in different contexts. What would you like to see more of, both from civil society and also from the regulatory environment? Like, what would be because of course there are many approaches and a lot of them have like positive, negatives, but if you could say, of course there isn't one solution, but what would you say you would like to see more of?
All right, well, I'll say public funding of, you know, especially media, right? You know, and I think there are sort of smart and dumb ways to do that, but, you know, public funding that genuinely enables more investigative reporting and, you know, conscientious journalism.
I would second that, and also maybe just additional funding. Well, I don't know if this would be doable, but just I think sometimes just getting more information out there about what the disinformation is, like with this whole people and, you know, Haitian immigrants eating pets, like it's obviously terrible in many ways, but there has been a lot of reporting on it. I mean, this goes back to funding journalism, but including by the Wall Street Journal, like just looking at the facts and laying it out. And I think there has been some pushback, and I think that is important.
I think that journalists always think the solution to every problem is more journalism, and they're right. But I definitely think there's enough investigative reporting out there in the world, and the problem is that people aren't paying attention to it, or it's not having impact. I mean, there's definitely not enough like covering Albany or explaining New York City, although we have lots of great like The City and Documented and New York Focus. So I think as long as people's attention spans are so short, I don't know that we know that more investigative journalism is going to do very much. So I think if I had like one wish and I could wave a magic wand, I think maybe much bigger fines on big tech companies.
Oh, interesting.
I think that might be good, like really large ones that just make them think. And obviously updating IP so that they have to, the generative AI companies have to start paying and just not copying the Google playbook of just stealing intellectual property. That would be mine. That's two.
That's, that's very interesting. Do we have any other questions? Do you have any closing comments? Something to say? No.
Ending it on large fines is good.
Somebody has to.
All right. So then, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
There was a very nice lady who I spoke to on the phone.
Yes, it was me. No.
Well, thank you, everybody, for your time and contributions. This has been really an amazing day, and I feel grateful for everybody being here. I just want to take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to my amazing team at Global Freedom of Expression, Maria Shekish, Natasha Brotsova, and Estefania Mulali. Their tireless efforts have been instrumental in making today's events possible. And so as we conclude, let's remember that our conversations don't need to end here. The challenges we've discussed require ongoing engagement and collaboration. And so thank you again, and I look forward to seeing you all soon at our future events. Thanks again.